amounts of tenure that we have here. We will certainly celebrate some of those long-term employees later today. Our hope today is that all of you leave here with more knowledge, with inspiration, with more leadership ability. I think last time we had this conference 2 years ago, it was a sales conference, and we geared it that way. That's how the sessions were created. That's how our speakers were created. But everything we put into this conference this year is about leadership and making sure that you all have the confidence, the skills, the support to go back and be incredible leaders for your own teams. And that's what we hope that you all take away from here today. Before I go any further, I would like to say thank you to a few groups of people. Most importantly, the Ratchford family, for everything you all do to support this great company and support everybody in this room and their teams on site. I'd like to thank our incredible sponsors and our business partners. The group of people here today have worked with us for a long time. They help us, support us. They make today possible. So please, if you didn't get a chance to introduce yourselves, make it a point throughout the day to say hello. They brought a lot of cool swag and things to take home, but please say thank you. They were a big part of making today happen. And finally, I'd like to say thank you to our regional team. Can the regionals raise their hand? Okay. 14, Delilah, Ashley, Diane, and Sam, and Megan Hahn, who has led this whole endeavor that started back in October, November, to get here today. There's a lot of hard work and time and effort that goes into planning these conferences, and I thank you. So I can please get a round of applause. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Megan Hahn for some additional announcements. Megan Hahn.
All right, good morning, everybody. I hope y'all are as excited as we are. I hope you were met with all the energy that we were bringing because none of us left last night. Everybody was so geared up. I'm very proud that we are here today. But we do appreciate you guys taking time away from your properties, taking away from your families and your friends to come here and be with us. It means an awful lot to us to be here and doing this. Our intention today is to pour into you as much as we possibly can, but also to learn from you. You all are so impactful every day, and each time that we get to spend time with you, we take a little bit more away. And that is what we use to give back to you. So you can't pour from your memory cup. It's truly the way it works. But before I turn things over to your hostess for the day, Ms. Wellfrey, I want to go over a couple of housekeeping things. And some of you, I know you know this, but on your tables, you will find a bingo card. Okay, your team, your table will work as a team throughout the day to complete your card. The cards need to be turned in by 3:40 this afternoon, so that we can review them, make sure that you have completed it in its entirety. Once we do that, those cards that have been completed will go into a drawing. There will be 3 winners. Prize will be disclosed later. But there will be one additional time winner. So make sure you complete them, turn them in. It's always a lot of fun. You've got all extremely competitive, which is why these games have a lot of fun. But you'll notice that there is a lot of interaction between your teammates, our vendor partners, and his game factory might be on there as well. So make sure that you get some time to spend a minute with them, not only just to complete your card, but to use your time wisely. Next thing is the team that you're seated at, they're your bingo mates, right? They're also going to be your teammates for a 6-week weighted deposit contest. So the winner of that weighted deposit contest is going to get increased commissions, which everyone loves. It'll go to $100 per month at the end of that 6-week competition. So the money on the table, again, y'all are all competitive. I know it's going to be a good deal. Last but not least, today is supposed to be a very fun-filled day. One we truly hope will inspire you and allow you to get back to your teams full of knowledge and a renewed passion for being able to be the absolute best leader that you can be. That's what we're here for today. Really what we do every day is to lead our teams. We are the helms, we are the captains of our ships to take that act race. I'm honored incredibly honored to be able to work alongside each and every one of you, some of which I have known for a while, some of you I've met because I just interjected myself into your life, in whichever way I found possible over the last day or so. And I'm truly looking forward to the future with you guys. In the words of Henry Ford, coming together is the beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. And that's what we're doing. We are here to be successful. With that, I'm pleased to turn things over to the woman. Men.
I don't know if I actually do this, but we're just gonna make sure you guys can hear me loud and clear. Now, I really like that lead-in, that really put a lot of pressure on me. Well, I'm gonna do that right now, okay? And I got a bunch of cards, y'all. My luck is I'm gonna drop these cards walking off the stage today, and I'm gonna have no clue, so I'm gonna have to leave it for the rest of the day. So cross your fingers, that doesn't happen. So let's start. And after that introduction, I can hardly wait to hear what I have to say. So welcome to our 2022 Level Up Manager Conference. Or we got a hashtag all day. So make sure you get used to what the hashtag is. Make sure you spell it correctly on your post. We do have to verify all of your posts for the winner of being open today. For anyone who doesn't know, and I did really try hard to hug every single person, so please don't hold it against me if I didn't make it to you. I promise I will. I'm Delilah Freeman. I am the Employee Development Manager for Southwood Realty. And we are all excited to be here today. I know, because you already told me this morning. I was actually talking to my husband last night in preparation for today and kind of asked him, babe, what should I say tomorrow at the manager conference? And he thought for a second and he said, in Joey Freeman fashion, don't try to be witty. Don't try to be charming. Please don't try to be an intellectual. Just be yourself. Okay, so let's get down to business. I'm just going to do this. So a couple other housekeeping tips for today. The Wi-Fi. Thanks to my fantastic IT counterpart over here. It's on the table. It's also on the screen. Make sure you get connected today. We need you to post away. We're going to blow up social media all day long. Restrooms, if you haven't already found them, are located on either side of the hallway near where they're going to be serving food. What you can expect from today, just to give you kind of an idea of the agenda, we're going to be doing the breakout sessions, the roundtable discussions. Like Megan said, this is a way for us to both pour into you and then also for you to pour into us. We really want to hear your feedback. We want to learn from you today. So please participate in those discussions and help us make that happen. We have a fantastic speaker, and I have promised him that I'm going to do the best job ever of announcing him and saying his name correctly. And actually the largest turnout, I think, of our vendor partners that we've seen at any conference. So let's go ahead and just give them another round of applause. Okay, so we're not going to play. We like the swag. Please do give them an opportunity today to introduce themselves, their products, introduce yourself. And then, we're like 6 minutes early, but that's okay. We're going to keep it rolling. I'm going to introduce our first vendor partner for today. And it's going to be AZP Multifamily. And they are going to be able to tell you about their services, their products. They're going to be able to take care of all of your maintenance needs from A to Z. So please help me welcome Chris and Trish to the stage. Not Trish, just Trish. I tried.
Good morning. Thank you. I didn't know she was talking about me when she said great speaker whose name she's going to try to pronounce. My last name is Hasbro. People pushing. So I thought, wow, I just had it 15 minutes ago. I'm a great speaker. So I told her earlier, both of my boys are in college and they have to do presentations, high school and college. And I always tell them, volunteer to go out to the person that's bad. Somebody pushes it, volunteer. I'm first, so I had no choice. So hopefully I'm not the one that's bad, and the second person is taking bad. So AZP multifamily, I'll just spend a couple minutes telling you a little bit of history about AZP. Some of you might remember us as AZP Parks Master. We just changed our name. I used to say we're the oldest name in multifamily, and 2 months ago we changed our name. So we are the oldest supplier in multifamily when you talk about mergers and acquisitions and things like that. So AZT multifamily started in 1985 in our founder Dave Schleck's living room. There was a whole closet where he kept the plumbing and maintenance parts for multifamily. So we started it there. 2 weeks into it, I think his wife moved him out to the garage. And that was 85. 87, he moved into a 5,000 square foot warehouse. 1995, we put in our first catalog, our newest catalog with our new name on it, will be on June 1st of this year. And over the last 37 years, we've moved across the country. We call ourselves a super regional supplier. We're not national, but we're from Arizona all the way to Carolinas right now, all the way down to Florida. I have a heavy presence in Texas, and I just opened Georgia and Orlando actually last October. So we're growing. The thing that I love about AZP, well, let me tell you what we do first, if you don't know. We sell MRO supplies to multifamily, only multifamily, not hospitals, not institutional, not other branches that some of our competitors get into. So our inventory is for multifamily, we only call on apartment units. So I think that's important because you guys need a bunch of stuff. The inventory is going out too much like people. It hampers your ability to list that. So that's one of the great things about AZP, multifamily in the name. The one thing I want to say about AZP is it's family owned. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with family owned, but it's great. I've worked for big corporations, I've worked for small corporations, and now I've got a family owned company that I work for. Brad Schleck he was the first employee technically. He's Dave's son. He's our CEO right now. We were at our conference out there last month, and the first night, all the East Coast guys flew in early, and this guy came up to me. I didn't know who it was. It was Brad. He introduced himself, not just to say hi, nice to meet you. We literally talked for 30 minutes about family, kids, stuff like that. You're not just a number. You're not just a title in some part of the country. Brad and his parents were still actively involved. Care about their employees, and they're not really employees, we're all family members. And that's the culture that I want you guys to understand when our reps come to visit you and they're trying to help the properties, your neighbors, supervisors, identify parts and things like that. We bring that culture to the property with us. You're not customers, you're partners. I go so far as to say you're not partners, you're family members. Some of you might be favorite uncles, some of you might be third cousins, stepson, but you're all family members, and we do take that to heart. So when we're working with properties, I hope you feel that from our drivers to our warehouse to everybody, that we consider you guys family members, and we're happy to have you in our family. And if there's anything we can do moving forward as you grow, please don't hesitate to reach out to your rep, to me, to Trish. Anybody with AZP multifamily, and we will help you quickly. We'll give you the right answers, even if not the ones we want to do. So we will certainly help you through your daily struggles that you might have. So we appreciate it. We're glad to be here. Please stop by the table if you haven't already. I'm telling you, later on today, you'll only have to be back to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next on our agenda for today is going to be our guest speaker, and we're actually going to have the honor to hear from him both this morning and this afternoon. He is the Director of Leadership Advancement at Maxwell Leadership, where he has served for over 5 years. But that's not actually my favorite part about him or about his bio. And I don't know that it's actually up here, but Jason actually worked in the multifamily industry for many years. Prior to going to Maxwell, he worked on the vendor side. And so I think it's really important that he is able to relate to what it is that we deal with on property, and hopefully he's going to be able to bring some motivation in that respect. As his bio states, he is an accomplished speaker, coach, and trainer, and we would all like to give him a round of applause for all those things. No, I practiced it all night.
I love it. Where's the ACP? You said that you're available to help serve, or if we need you, or they need you. I need you if that's okay. Is that okay?
Sure.
I tried to stand up over there a little bit ago, and my back seized up. I thought everything else. Could you help me move this?
Yeah.
Is that okay? And I'm gonna move this up here. I'm gonna sit down. The last time I had back surgery, and the last thing I want to do is just stand up on my back on the stage, okay? But thank you so much. Let's give it up for the library. Isn't that great? We can be real. And that's reality. I stood up and I went right back down back there. So, can you help me slide this over here? Well, sit down, please. Just in case. See, if you fail, you plan to fail. I don't want to be failing in front of y'all any more than it's necessary. So, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Chris, let's give Chris one more.
And I guess I'll use this, and I'll sit down, just in case. How's everybody doing? Oh, come on. This side of the room is a lot more exciting than this side of the room. Let me try it over here. How's everybody doing? That's what I thought. It says level up, right? Who can tell me what level up means? Anybody know? Oh my God. You got a tough crowd. Not anybody from the peanut gallery can tell me? Do better? Okay, I like that. I actually did look it up, and my favorite definition was one from a video game definition. Yeah, I know you guys don't play any games around here, but it was, let's see if I can find it real quick. Let's see if this relates to multifamily. Let's see. I thought you guys would be able to give me some definitions, to be honest with you. So I was going to be listening to them as I pulled it back up on my phone, but y'all were pretty good as I guess. Let's see if I can find it. Let's just ask Siri. Siri, what's the definition of level up?
Or below a given point. Do you want to hear the next one?
Yes.
As a noun, it means a position on a real or imaginary scale of amount, quantity, extent, or quality. Want to hear the next one?
Yes.
As a noun, it means in a video game, each of a series of stages of increasing difficulty through which a player may progress, completing one stage in order to reach the next. Want to hear the next one?
No. How many of you can relate that gaming definition to multifamily? Let me see a show of hands. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I thought it was so profound. But anyway, since I came up here holding my back and had to have Chris's help, and you guys weren't able to help me whatsoever with the definition, I had to waste the first 5 minutes trying to give it to you. But I want to thank Megan and Russell and Sarah for their hospitality and for their commitment to you guys. I want to let you know you got some great leaders here within this organization, and I'm very impressed with how they intentionally focus on their people. A lot of companies do focus on their people, but it's at their expense, because their goal is profits. It's to grow profits. It's not to grow the people. And what I've learned is that we grow our profits when done correctly, when we grow our people. And you guys got some great leaders. I want to say thank you. Let's give them a hand too for this incredible venue and for their commitment to your growth. I spent some time with them on the phone very briefly, and I took some notes. And one of the things that I learned is that 10 years ago, you guys didn't even get together as an organization collectively in community to grow together in community. But 3 years ago, you started with intention to bring people together for conferences. But the focus was on sales, right? If I'm correct. And we all know that when the leader gets better, the organization gets better. If we want to increase our sales, we have to increase our capacity to grow first. And so I love the fact that what they're doing here is they're pouring into you, and they're bringing you in community together with each other, because growth happens best in community. And so does it feel good to get together? I'm just curious. I don't know if y'all have realized that there's been a pandemic for the last couple of years. Does it feel good to get together? Yeah, I think so too. So this is really exciting for me. And one of the things that I related the conversations to that I've had previously was Truett Cathy, the founder of Chick-fil-A. He said, I don't want to grow, I don't want to become a big company. I want to grow a small company. And I think that's what they've done, obviously very, very well. And I feel that is the heart for Southwood. And that's the alignment that I have with what you guys are doing in my conversations with them. So again, my name is Jason. On the count of three, tell me your name. 1, 2, 3. Nice to meet you. As mentioned, I did spend about 10 years in multifamily. And how that happened was by meeting my now wife, who was a friend, and I thought she was going to lean in and give me a kiss, but she didn't. One day, I thought we would go from one level, and I was going to level up that relationship. But she didn't. She leaned in and she said, I need to get you into my industry. And I had no idea what that meant, but because she had been in multifamily at that time for probably 15 years or so, I took a closer look and I fell in love with it. And I'm trying to get this set up for you here just real quickly, and then we'll get going. It's shut down when I moved it. But I'm very familiar with the industry because my pillow talk for all those years was about what you guys do every day. And so I was able to have an interesting vantage point on what it is I can do to identify problems and help bring solutions to you. And I had the incredible privilege of working with, I don't know why this isn't working, working with Real Floors, who's here today. That's where I cut my teeth in the industry. It's so good to see my Real Floors family in the back. Love those guys. I've worked with them for about 5 years, and then transitioned to BG Multifamily, BG Staffing, which is BG Multifamily. Started off as a account executive in Atlanta, Georgia, and was promoted to a national position, and really was able to help grow our markets from 16 to over 50. And then before the pandemic, I was given the keys to create an entirely new vertical within the BG staffing enterprise as a whole, not just multifamily, and focus on a leadership development arm, an extension of what I was doing to add value to multifamily through leadership development, personal growth, and team dynamics, organizational team dynamics. And so that was about the time that I received a phone call from John Maxwell, and he invited me to come inside of his enterprise and help be the legs to his legacy and help represent him. And it was a dream come true for me. And so my youngest daughter was listening to me explain this to my wife, and she overheard me say, all I ever wanted to do was what I have the opportunity to do now with BG staff. And I got a promotion. They've created an opportunity to give me an entirely white canvas and go create a business plan to where I can add value to the multifamily space and really help bring some timeless principles and practices to multifamily leaders. And so, and I'm going to quit right in the middle of a pandemic and go to work, start over, and go to a firm that I've always wanted to be a part of. And my youngest daughter was listening to me, and I didn't know it. And she said, she came up to me, and again, you got to pay attention to what your daughter tells you, right? And she says, Daddy, I don't understand why you want to quit something that you love. Can you help me understand that? And I said, well, sweetheart, I wouldn't say that it's quitting, because we never want to leave something. We always want to go to something. And so I helped her understand that every level of growth requires a new level of change. And sometimes we're preparing ourselves in the moment for the opportunity that's going to come. Because when an opportunity presents itself, it's too late to prepare. It is. How many of you have seen opportunities pass you by or pass somebody else by, right? You know, if we're not prepared, then they pass us by. And so we have to prepare ourselves for the opportunity that's to come. And so I was explaining that to her, and she said, well, that sounds good. That sounds good and all, but I really like what you and mommy do together, and hopefully one day I'll understand why you're quitting. And so anyway, just the other day, she came up to me and she said, Daddy, I understand why you're doing what you're doing. You're with John and you're changing the world, and you're able to go into organizations and you're able to help the industry that mommy's in and do more than that. And I understand it now. She said, you weren't ready to do that then, but you're ready to do it now. And so out of the mouth of babes, right? I mean, it's a unique time to be able to learn and compress all of our learning and be able to layer that learning through a pandemic. So I think I'm supposed to press some buttons back here. Thank you. So anyway, I'm just going to show you a picture of my daughter here. There we go. Isn't she great? Isn't she great? Yeah. I told Farron that when I was about 14, I had a dream to work for John Maxwell, and it didn't start off as a planned dream. And at the age of 25, I saw him in person for the first time, and that's when I said one day I'm gonna work with that man. How many of you ever had a moment in your life that actually changed your life? Have you ever been in a moment? I'm a firm believer that in a single moment, your life can change. And there's a Greek word called peripatia, and that just simply means a turning point or an awakening. And so my daughter was able to understand that I was being prepared for this season that we've just been through to help be a light, because the darker the season, the brighter the light can be. And we've got a lot of people that are running around out there that are cursing the darkness when all we need to do is turn on the light, you know. And I want to be able to help turn on the light. And so for me, I'm excited to be here. And I truly believe that, in a hypercritical and very cynical world that we live in today, there's leaders, there's people like you that are seriously looking for somebody that knows what they're for. But not only what they're for, but who they're for. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. I think it was cool that Farron didn't understand it, but she understands that now. And it's my goal that by the end of this first session, that I help you be prepared to be thinking about what it is that you're for and what it is that others think that you're for. So are you with me? My favorite definition of the word for is in favor of. And I know that I personally have gone through life not understanding what it means or feels like to have people believe in you. Have you ever been there? You ever been there? How many of you have been there to where you borrowed the belief of somebody that did believe in you, that did see the potential in you, that you couldn't see in yourself? Have you been there? Right, I think so too. But what I want you to understand is it's no longer about being the best company in multifamily. It's no longer about being the best company in the world. It's about being the best company for multifamily. It's about being the best company for the world. And I'm going to give you 2 questions today that are going to help you be able to close the gap between where it is that you are right now in your personal and your professional lives, but also in your family life, in your communities, and in the sphere of influence that you have. So these are 2 questions that aren't pie in the sky, if you will. These are 2 questions that are designed to grow every aspect of your life. So I don't want you to miss it. So I'm going to get you to lean in. Because as John says, we don't go to the top, we grow ourselves to the top. And a lot of people are they're pursuing a career trajectory instead of a leadership journey. And I'm convinced that if we focus on ourselves and our own leadership development, because we can't lead others well until we lead ourselves well. And the reason for that is we can't give what we don't have. We can't give what we don't have. But if we put ourselves on an intense growth plane, the byproduct of that every single time is going to be a career change, a vocational advancement. We're going to get where we want to go based upon what we do each and every day. So this has worked in multiple industries, multiple organizations, nonprofit and for-profit. This is something that will grow not just your organization, it's going to grow you. So last night, I was thinking about today, and I thought, you know what? They don't really know my story. I don't know your story. But to bring some credibility to this message, I believe that there's some people in the room that might need to hear somebody else's story, step inside of that story, and then also compare it to their story and see that you're not alone. That you may be in a unique situation and place in life and you think that you're all by yourself, but you're not. And so I felt really compelled last night to share a video with you. It's about 3 minutes long. That kind of helps you see. It sets the tone and the tenor and the trajectory for the next couple of talks that you're going to hear today. And so after being through everything we've been through the last 2 years, I think it's important to let you know that you're not alone, that you're going through some things, you're maybe going through a dark battle right now, I don't know. But I know that I personally am, and I'm getting through it because of the people around me are giving me the license to be real and to be raw and to be authentic in who I am and my leadership. And sometimes it's okay to not be okay. So to prepare you for the next few minutes, let me see if I can play this video for you. For most of us, when we're born, we enter this world and we're crying. And the whole world around us is rejoicing. But sometime between that moment and the moment we expire, we face adversity. And for me, I was 14 years old. I was struggling with a debilitating pituitary disease that hindered my development. Battling all of that with a broken home, a mother that was abusing drugs and alcohol. I was being abused. I was being mistreated and neglected. My dad wasn't there. All of these things added up to tell me I didn't matter. In the summer of 1987, I decided to take my life. I was pilfering my mom's sleeping pills, and my goal that summer, before I entered high school, was to take 30 of those pills and hide them under my bed. And under the mattress of that bed, once I finally got those 30 pills, to take them and never wake up. Oftentimes, that's where people find themselves, is reaching up to touch bottom. And you've probably done that. But God had other plans for me. You see, that summer I was in the backseat of my mom's car, and she turned the radio on, and instead of music, there was a message. There was a message from a pastor out in San Diego that I'd never heard of. And that was my peripatetia moment. That was my turning point. That's when I began to look at life differently, look at my situation differently, and seeing if I could find the glory that's found in struggle. I was thirsty for something, maybe a drink, but then I found a well that day when I heard that message from John Maxwell. I finally went out in the world and I started carrying myself the way that I was growing and feeling on the inside. I started to hold my head up high. I looked people in their eyes and talked to them as if I was deserving of everything that God has to offer. And by developing a giving spirit, I overcame deficits, because when we're on deathbed, it's not going to matter how much money we've had, how much power we've had, how much prestige and honor we've had. That's all a game. What's going to matter is the impact we've had on somebody else's life. End of story. And I know that we're here for a successful conference, and to for most of it, to move forward from where you are in business. But I just want everybody to realize, let's see if I can get this figured out, to realize that success is great. We all want to be successful. I think success is a platform for us, but it's not all about success, okay? And there's people in this room here today that need to understand that as you're pursuing success, or you're comparing yourself to other people, or going through a tumultuous season in life, being challenged, I don't know where you're at coming out of this year, these 2 years that we've been through, but there's more mental health challenges now than there ever has been in history. And so I don't know if that makes sense to everybody in the room, but I want to encourage you to know that it's okay. That there's people around you that love you, that care about you, that you don't have to do life alone. And if you feel like you're reaching up to touch bottom, like I did, don't focus on the problems so much as the possibilities. Because how we view things in life is going to be how we end up doing things in life each and every time. We're always being pulled towards that dominant thought in our life. But I'm here to remind you that you are not alone. I'm here to remind you that you got people around you that love you, and I want to encourage you to step inside of your mess, your story. You know, life can be messy sometimes, but once we step inside of our stories and we begin to own our own stories, we no longer have to stand outside of our stories and struggle for our worthiness. Does that make sense to anybody out there today? Okay. I just felt really compelled. There's somebody in the room here today that's trying to cover up reality. You know, and vision is great. I mean, it's rah-rah. But reality is picking up a stone, you know, and you're looking underneath it and see all those squirmy little squishy things moving around. That's reality. And I know that there's some people here coming off of the heels of a tumultuous season like we got that are dealing with a lot of the squiggly things. I just know that for a fact. And there's others of you that have the blinders on that are just chasing success. And that's great. But I just want to encourage you, before I transition to what I was really here to talk about, that once you experience significance in life, which is what I said, focusing on other people, what you can do for somebody else, and experiencing that, success will never satisfy you. And you'll become more successful by chasing significance in life. Because one is way too small of a number to achieve greatness. You need people around you, and there's people around you that are willing to lock arms to help compound your influence, compound your effectiveness, compound your results. But don't do life alone. So for whoever that was for, you're welcome. And for those of you that are like, what is this guy talking about? He needs to come over here and, you know, motivate me, Well, I'm not here to motivate you. You can't motivate anybody. I can inspire you. You have to motivate yourself. Because I'm a person of faith, and I'm not here to push my faith on you, but my life radically changed, you know, in one moment, one single moment. And that moment could be today for some of you, okay? So with that, my dad passed away a little over a month ago, and I am wrestling with a lot of crazy estate stuff. And for the first time in my life, 2 days ago, I had a birthday, and I didn't get that phone call. So I spent the majority of my life as an adult pursuing a relationship with my dad when he didn't pursue me. And God honored that. And I got to create a lot of great memories with him, memories I would live for the rest of my life. But a lot of it's very fresh and raw right now. But I get to be around the top leadership minds in the world, people that love me, and borrow their experiences, be close to the fire, sit at their feet, and be able to take what it is that they have done and be able to share it with other people. So I want to be a river and not a reservoir for you today. And I appreciate the opportunity to be raw and vulnerable. Authenticity has no competition. And I'm going to be authentically who I am. And I'm going to encourage you to be authentic in who you are as well. And if you need to talk, I'm here for you. And there's people around you that love you, so go talk to them as well. Despite of our circumstances in life, it's our choices in life that really become the great weaver of our lives, both in our inner character and our outer circumstances. So what we think about matters. I ended up getting a job out of high school at Chick-fil-A. It was the second Chick-fil-A freestanding unit ever. Maybe it was the third. I can't remember, but I was dealing with, like the video said, some struggles at home. My mom and dad divorced 2 days before my 13th birthday, and my dad took a job out of the country. My mom struggles with addiction her whole life, drugs and alcohol. She's got mental health issues. She's very unstable. Lots of men in and out of the house. Lots of men abused me, abused her. I saw things that no kids could ever see. And at the same time, I was struggling with a pituitary disease that hindered my growth and development, both intellectually, social, emotional learning. I had learning disability, but I stopped growing physically at age 12. And I didn't start growing again until I went and got help personally from a doctor from Emory University when I was 21 years old. And so there was that season of life where I focused on growing on the inside when I wasn't growing on the outside, but the entire time I was just waiting for somebody to come put their arm around me. Tell me it's gonna be okay. If they wanna help me get help. And for 9, almost 10 years, not one person in my life or outside of my life ever put their arm around me to tell me, I wanna help you. It's gonna be okay. And sometimes the best helping hand that we can ever receive is at the end of our own arm. And other times we need to extend our hand towards other people that are hurting. We're walking by people every single day with our heads buried in our devices. And there's people we walk by every single day that are just hoping somebody will take the time to notice them and put their arm around them. So I got a job straight out of Chick-fil-A because I couldn't pass the SAT, I couldn't get into college. And so I went to go work for Chick-fil-A, put the red apron on, all that kind of stuff for 3 years, almost 4 years, and ended up getting a scholarship from Chick-fil-A, getting to spend time with Drew, Kathy, and Dan, and Bubba, and they're close friends of mine to this day. But you never know about the relationships in your life or the moments in your life. So be good stewards of those moments. You just never know. And so I got a chance to meet Jeff Henderson a few years ago. Jeff Henderson is the author of this book here, Know What You're For. And Jeff has a great story, but he ended up working for Chick-fil-A and becoming a marketing guy and really helped put Chick-fil-A on the map. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that without any failures. You know, success in life is bridged by our failures. You know, success and failure are like this. How do we become successful? We fail our way there. Ask anybody who's successful. He failed big time and then turned it into a huge growth opportunity for Chick-fil-A. Anybody ever seen one of these? Yeah. Well, Jeff was responsible for sports marketing for Chick-fil-A. And so he was given the reins for the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to be able to, at the end of the game, help everybody that was there, 72,000 people, eat more chicken. And so he shows up for the first time, and they just hadn't made the transition from the mascot, which was Doodles at the time. And you remember Doodles? I dressed up as Doodles. That's how long ago that was. Yeah. And so he was putting them on the map with the cow. So at the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, he shows up in the summer, and he's looking at the Chick-fil-A, the Georgia Dome at that time, which we've imploded because we had to build another stadium in Atlanta for some reason. Don't know why, because we've got more stadiums and championships than we've ever won. But anyway, it's gone. But Jeff stood in there, and he was visualizing all of these people sitting there. And he looked down there, and the cup holder was empty. He thought, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put one of these cows in every single cup holder in this dome. And so he said that. Then he goes, and he said, I don't have the marketing budget for it, but I know who does. So he went back to the Chick-fil-A headquarters and knocked on Truett Kathy's door and said, Truett, I've got this great idea about 72,000 cows in every seat in the dome. I don't have the marketing budget for it, but rumor has it your 401k, your retirement plan is fully funded. Will you write a check for 72,000 cows? And he was the most giving person that you could ever meet, but he was very frugal, which made him a very great businessman. And when it was all said and done, he was able to convince them to write a check for these cows, and he did that. So he's a wow guy, and that's me. I'm kind of a marketing wow guy. I've got great thoughts, great ideas. I can point to the mountain and say, charge! But how we get there, I don't know. We're just going. Come on, who wants to get on my train? Let's go. How many of you are wow people out there? How many of you are how people? Okay. But you know what happens when wow people and how people get together? They get married. That's what happens. So Jeff's wife looks at him and says, honey, you are wow. You are certainly not how. How are you going to put 72,000 cows in there? They went around putting one in every single couple. And so that game started off with Virginia beating Georgia in the first quarter, 7-0. They got the ball back, 14-0, 21-0. And by the end of the first half, Georgia has the ball. They're driving down the field. A flag is thrown, which nullifies the play they got in the first down. And they go to the half. They didn't score. In the crowd, the Georgia fans aren't happy. So they look down and they see cows and a couple of it. And what do you think happened? Yeah, you're still a lot smarter than Jeff. So some guy in the end zone in the Georgia throws it into the end zone. And about 20,000 other of his close friends think that's a really great idea. So they do the same exact thing. And they throw their cows out on the field. And for the next 10 minutes, they had to bring a crew in and clean all those bovine bodies off of the field. And ESPN thought it was such good TV that they didn't even break for commercials. And then the next, how many of you had a bad day? How many of you had a bad day that was broadcasted to the entire country? ESPN announcers, true story, say, I don't know who the marketing genius was that came up with this idea, but boy, was that a bad idea. Of course, Jeff is up there in the press box, reciting, his resume in his head, and then all of a sudden, his boss comes over to him, and Jeff thinks he's gonna, tell him something that rhymes with you're tired. And he comes over and puts his arm around Jeff, and he says, this is going to get us so much publicity. I've got a great idea. When we get back to the corporate office for next year, let's flesh it out. And so isn't it amazing that two people can see the same thing and see two things completely different, right? And it's not just people. It's dogs and cats too. If you feed your dog, the dog says, oh, I'm loved. Oh, I'm fed. Oh, I'm comforted. I'm sheltered. Oh, you must be God. A cat, they're fed. Oh, you're feeding me. Oh, you're comforting me. Oh, you're sheltering me. I must be God. Two of the same things, two different outcomes. And I don't know if that offends some cat people. But if it does, you can email me at Sarah James Southwood.com. But isn't it, going back to what I said a little bit ago, that had nothing to do with the story before last night when I felt like we could share it. How we view things is what? It's how we do things. And so they get back and they take that problem or that mistake or that failure and they turn it into what 21 years later happens to be an unbelievable marketing campaign where they take the cows, put parachutes on them, and they throw them out from the very top levels of now the Georgia Dome. now the Mercedes-Benz Dome in Atlanta, but what used to be the Atlanta Dome. And of course, Chick-fil-A did, I think, $17 billion last year. Okay? And what does that have to do with multifamily? Well, it has to do with trying to harness the number one marketing voice that exists. How many of you can tell me what that is? Oh, that's a good guess. I appreciate your participation. No, seriously. Who said word of mouth? Yeah, word of mouth. Yeah, that's exactly right. How many of you have ever seen questionnaires like this? Do you know which box gets checked more than any others? Others. Exactly right. And what these two questions are going to do, they're going to help you unlock and release and unharness and untether the most explosive marketing campaign and ability that exists, and that's word of mouth. So it's the most powerful form of advertising in the world that is ever seen. So it's positive word of mouth advertising. So what we want to do is try to check the other box, okay? So if we can figure this out, Southwood, like I hope that you do, we unlock the other box by closing the gap between these two questions that I'm going to spend some time on at the end of the day. And here's this. No, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you the two questions quite yet. But what we want to do here for you is help you create vision carriers on your teams. Have your community be a vision carrier. Your residents be a vision carrier. And you be a vision carrier for the community in which you live. So, a business is no longer what customers say it is. A business is no longer what it tells customers it is. A business is what customers tell what? Other customers it is. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the ball game. And so, closing the gap between these two questions is going to be how exactly we check the other box. Because the more vision carriers that we have, the more vision casters that we have. And I've had the privilege of being a part of multiple industries and watching them become successful and having marketing dollars. And if you were to tell me, Jason, we'll give you $100,000 towards a marketing budget for this brand new company or the company that you're in, or give you 100 vision carriers who will tell all of their friends and all of their enemies all about you, I will take that over the $100,000 marketing budget any day of the week. Because of this reason, they're my vision carriers. So, all right, you ready for the questions? Are you sure? 2 questions that will help grow your organization and you. Here's number 1. What do you want to be known for? Or as Steve Jobs would say, what's your dent in the universe? What's your dent in the universe? Now, at first glance, it seems really easy, very simple, but don't miss it. That is a very simple question, but very hard to answer. What do you want to be known for? And I don't want you to think that it's going to be filed away somewhere in a filing cabinet with 15 different sentences, and that's what you say your mission statement is. Because if you can't remember what it is, then that's not it. What do you want to be known for? What do you want to be known for? That's question number 1. If you don't have the answer for that, then there's confusion in the office space. And when there's confusion in the office space, there's confusion in the marketplace. Because you have to have a common language, or else it's like people from all over the world with different languages trying to get together and communicate. What do you want to be known for? So when we're not clear about this, we end up filling the gaps with whatever we want to do, or we really aren't on the same page, not on the same mission. So when there's confusion in the office space, there's confusion in the market space. But you've got to be very clear, because purpose is going to live in an organization, and when it does, the organization is going to live in and on purpose. And that's why people are looking more forward towards being a part of a company that is driven by mission and meaning than profit and perks each and every time. I mean, this industry is obviously very incestuous. There's a lot of go back and forth, And one of the things that will stop that and help people be loyal is gonna be being on point with your mission and your purpose and having everybody buy into that. So let me give you a really quick example of this as I close. Anybody ever seen Zappos or heard of Zappos? Okay, you know what they did that made them so powerful in the marketplace? They got on message. Anybody know what the message was? To deliver happiness. That was their message. And everywhere you went, I had a chance to go inside of their organization and their office in Las Vegas once. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Deliver happiness, deliver happiness, deliver happiness. Because vision leaks. And if it's not easily remembered, it's quickly forgotten. Every single time. Even in the bathroom, which I thought was pretty weird. Deliver happiness, right there. But they went from $0 to over $1 billion company and was eventually bought by Amazon, like everybody else will in the future one day too. So 10 years, deliver happiness, they were on point, and that is exactly what this is all about. Understanding what you want to be for. But in order to do that, you have to bridge the gap with that second question. And that second question is, what are you for? What are you known for? That's the second question. And usually there's a disparity between the two. What you're known for and what you want to be known for aren't exactly the same. For example, there's this great restaurant in Atlanta. It opened up waffles. It's a great thing in the South. If you haven't tried it, you're missing out. Close to my house, they opened up. I was fired up about it. And then shortly after they opened up, I see a banner that's out front that said, Tuesday night, taco night. I thought, they're not on message. You can't be known for everything, but you have to be known for something. And you want to keep it simple. You want to stay on message, stay on, and eventually they fold it up. Now there's a lot of restaurants that serve chicken and waffles, but this one is no longer a business. So you can't be known for everything, but you do need to be known for something. And what is that something? So the final question between the vision of where you're at, where you want to go, and the reality of what you're standing in is that second question. We close that gap between what we want to be known for and what we are known for. It's at that time when magic happens. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we release the power of that second, or that box that says other box. So in any organization, you struggle with message. You struggle with being on point with the message. You struggle with your communities and your organizations being on point. There's no such thing as a perfect organization. There's no such thing as a perfect person. If you feel like you're a perfect person, then you can leave now. But the only thing that I want to challenge you to do is this weekend, just ask 2 or 3 people if you're perfect. And when you hear their answer, just plan on coming back to this conference next year. You'll need to be here because there's no such thing as anybody that's perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect organization. But if we're not on a trajectory for growth, if we're not on a trajectory for learning and layering on our learning and being an adult learner where you're at right now, then you're going to fade. And your vision is going to fade, your message is going to fade, and it's going to eventually fall on deaf ears. So when I come back later on and close everything up, there's 4 groups that we're going to try to communicate that you need to be for. You need to be for the customer, you need to be for the team, you need to be for the community, and you need to be for you. Those 4 groups right there, once you realize closing the gap in those 4 areas is going to be how you unleash the power of that other box, but also create synergy with a common language that creates the behaviors because it produces the beliefs that you want your entire team to embrace and live out daily. So, a little bit off the map, a little all over the place here this morning, but I hope that there was some value in both pieces of what I tried to share with you this morning. I'm looking forward to really helping put the bookends on this thing this afternoon and really having some dialogue. And you guys can have some opportunity around the round tables with the people that you're sitting at the table with, because that's where growth really happens, is a community of people. It happens in circles, not in rows. So I do look forward to really challenge you to bring us all together on these 4 groups this afternoon. Okay? Awesome. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Great. Let's hear it for Jason again. It's a great message, and I look forward to hearing this afternoon how we can really become more for all of these things. I think we're on the right path, though. I think as a team, we're all for each other, and that's where it starts. And hopefully today we will be even more cohesive as a team. So very exciting day ahead of us. And next, let me get flipped back to where I was. Okay, so here's my funny. I think they're ready for me, right? So next, we are going to be welcoming our second vendor partnership stage, apartments.com. I will go ahead and tell you before you clap, Jeff Baldwin was not able to be here today. He is stuck literally in the park filming, but he has not let us down. He is sending up his next best thing. So please, round of applause, apartments.com. Come on up.
Thank y'all, first of all, for having us here and for partnering with us on everything. We appreciate all of the stuff that does for Homes.com. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Kathy Wilson. I am the key accountant, but I am in the upstate South Carolina. This is Jill Samuel. She is the regional director for Homes.com, South Carolina. And then Michelle Griffin, yes. Based right here in Gastonia, Fort Hill, Rock Hill, all this area. So, but you each have your individual reps in your markets that are listen to on a basis and keep you updated on all the wonderful exciting that we have going on and that we're adding on a regular basis. And I have to use you guys here for just a minute, but a couple things. One was we will make sure that 22 is the best year ever. We were most winners. Last year we delivered over 100 million leads, and we're off to a great start in January. We had 73 million visits. So we're excited about that. Great things going on coming up with tour scheduling, the marketing that we're doing, the expansion that we're doing for advertisers. But the most exciting thing that we want to tell you today, and Megan, we had a little bit of conversation about this, but we signed a contract today with MRI. So we will not be needing to, come in the next month or two, refresh. It will be a full integration and another drive. It's going to be amazing for you all. More to come on onboarding. I don't know if it's going to be like, my market or whatever, but we did want to tell you that. So we're very, very excited.
The next 2 months.
Yeah.
Little by little, we'll be partnering with team.
IT department, just kind of baby stuff,
But yes.
we're getting there, guys. And then the other thing that we talked about, Megan, we are hosting a runner forum today and tomorrow. And unfortunately, it did conflict today with you all, but most all of these sessions are being recorded. We have Robert Copeland with Shark Tank that is doing an amazing speech on, as always, talking about leading bright people to greatness, just like you all here software. It's going to be Amazon, Google, TikTok, Medora, all of them. So please, they're going to be recorded. Tomorrow will be live if you want to hear any of those, but I will make sure that all of the rest of have links to everyone so that you can go back and listen to those. Because we're really, really thankful that CoachNorthCoach.com is sponsoring this. But then most of all, just thank all of you, Megan, Russell, for the business partnership and friendship, and we appreciate you very much. Thank you so much.
All right, again, performance.com. These things to make our jobs easier. We've had a lot of that lately, so we'll take all we can get. So next, we are actually going into our first breakout sessions of today. Super exciting. If you guys remember, you actually chose your breakout sessions. So if you don't like them, it's your fault. We're not blaming the instructors. Okay? And actually, we have a back of the room. We have our hostess with the mostest. They're going to help you get to your rooms for the first breakout session. On the back of your name tag, you're going to have your sessions listed for both the breakouts and the roundtables. So if you will, in orderly fashion, find your hostess with the mostest, and then follow them to your first breakout session of today. Thank you so much. Yes, and you can leave your things. You will be coming back throughout the day. Take what you need.
Well, and actually, I
She's waiting for TA to come up with she Crystal would have that. But they can wisely remove it. So like some towers work stuff. Yeah. But I'm talking about stuff they want to try to have.
Yeah.
Everyone always remembers things installed. No, that's things we use. Everyone always remembers that. These checks I do or a passage. I don't know where the side is approved. Because it's locked. And then it also has something else that she has to read that yes, sir. To remove certain if she and so like you will allow them to remove the let them touch your contacts or it's kind of cool. It's probably expensive. It keeps it all secure. Well, it's like you're allowed to have your work calendar on your personal phone, and I don't want to on my So if my work calendar is on there, I just thought somebody broke in my phone with a little switch. Yeah, password required, and then my work calendar. So it's all security.
But I like it. So the companies that have this cell phone.
Right.
So you can text me directly to your work phone, which is fine, right? Unless it's.
You want to keep it separate. Well, just something I want to keep it separate. Like I'm gonna do my personal cell phone. I just certain you know, certain ones have it, but when we do get to that place, if people turn in their work cell phones, we'll port over that number, so when people text you, it'll go to your work email.
Okay.
And then you can reply through your email, you just have to delete the entire body, like don't put a signature, or else then they get 20 text messages, because they're trying to squeeze in your whole email signature. So, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is that I do have too much communication.
Yeah.
That I just, I'm not sure. I think she.
Yeah. And I think she's gonna like it. Can't stand it.
Nicole and I both.
Yeah.
It's my first.
Mandy, do they make you have 2 cell phones?
No, it's just it was a choice.
Cool.
To have my
We're having that whole
personal and have my
discussion
work.
with her. Right now, we're required to have 2, but I just turned in my work and said no. Put my thing down.
I just, yeah,
So
I can't keep up with 2. I just don't want my personal number.
this
Well,
work
no, that's
is
great.
8 to 5. I shut this work one off.
Right.
My family and friends, I don't like having one phone integrated, because I learned quickly. My work hours is my work hours.
Right.
My hours, my family. I don't want to have both.
I
So
turned
that's a
off work
preference, I think.
alerts on my personal cell phone.
Yeah.
Like my work email does not alert me. I have to go look.
I'm not that tempted. I'm not that tempted.
Yeah.
I will turn it back on. I did that on vacation last week when I was in Mexico. It's like I'm always taking one. I'm too tempted. So when I break away, I really want to break away, because I'm too tempted. I am on that.
Oh, when I break away, I turn the phone off. Because family knows if it's an emergency, they know how to get on the town. And Chris, bless him, will text me. He calls me at 7:30 at night because something's in his head and he can't. I gotta talk to you now. I'm gonna forget it. And I told him, I said, if I don't answer, I'm at the dinner table and I'm not answering your call at the dinner table. Sorry. About 3 nights a week, she works all the night, so I will work on those nights just to catch up with him.
Right.
So he's cool about it. And then I also thought about like there's apps where you can install an app and it's a second phone number.
Oh,
So then you could still have one device.
Which is what I like, because if I is,
You could turn that app on and off.
yes.
that's cool.
But
Because when I'm out, this phone just doesn't go with me. Because this is work email and work everything. And it just stays at home, and then my personal one travels with me.
and you also your business is kind of sales, right? So you need to be exposed. With us, there's nothing we can do for urgent.
Right.
We're not, as Aaron says, we're not baby heart surgeons.
All right.
You can email me and get back to you.
Exactly.
The court is 3 weeks from now.
Yes.
That's urgent.
There's nothing that can't wait
Yeah.
until tomorrow. And not all of our people have 2 phones. Like some of our sales executives have 1 phone.
Yeah.
And just operate their own phone. Because they've had, but a lot of those people are people that have been with us for multiple years and chose to use their personal, because back in the day when I started, this was my personal phone. And then I allowed that number to be used for work.
So, you
And then
know,
you got to a place where you wanted to break away.
I needed to break away.
Yeah.
So that's why back in like 2013,
Yeah.
I decided to get my own personal phone. So that was, it was,
I've seen pros and cons of it.
yeah.
Nobody calls me on my cell phone, my work cell phone, and no one claims to respond. They do. So, we'll see if she goes for it. It's just taking longer than her life.
Yeah, well, and Nicole never complaining about it. A while, trying to tell you to find a way to give her that he's multiple times.
Oh, we're sitting here having this whole conversation right in front of their live stream.
Just said he signed the contract today. That's all this is. Trying to set up a site team to use integration. Okay.
I'm gonna go out there anyway.
Are you doing? Looks nice.
It does look nice. I don't think it's so hard.
In my mind.
Still supposed to be like or somebody that's I don't like very
And that's on.
but then it's different. So it's he said well, we do that. That's what they're trying to do. School meetings. Next year, but well, he says that, and I'm like, oh, Josh, so I should
Oh, yeah, we're not gonna get it there.
Speedway is much more. Wait, you mean the dirt truck? Oh, you was over about a dirt truck? Okay, that's halfway in my house. That's halfway to my house. The guy who moved the house.
I mean, you drive past it.
I'll
Of course, it's.
I love that shit. I was lucky, I got good shit. We're really just, they do like. Yeah, it's first like something. Oh, that's awesome. All police. So he's the one that's covering that. I was kind of surprised he would. He said it very, pretty important. I was shocked. Tyler. They had like I'm not agree. They're also not a lot of delay, so you gotta kind of like over time. Oh wow. Over time, like, oh no. I see it all that. I have too much fun there. You get told that. This is this. It is. So they make one that looks like that, right? One that sets over and then you can put the top. That's how, I mean, that's the best way. I'm not really that awesome. I'm just saying. Well, over the last like.
Should we just have 40 minutes that way? I know.
At Miles, it's just like all of our.
Oh, well, I do want to do that.
That's why I do it at work. I want to see the other side. But I like doing it to talk.
I want to.
Get this one. Yeah, I would want that. That's, yes. So we'll shoot, get that. Yeah. I can imagine. I actually. Because we're gonna like yell or something like that. Like it just came out. Yes. No, is your dad?
Yeah.
So they live in the same house.
So y'all put in the request over the last 8 times. Yeah. So it's been super exciting stuff. She told me. That's why this is important. See what class. That's just.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll have
Again,
it.
like, there's probably more time for me before. And like you, definitely doing it. And, they just like, the happy I go to.
Also,
Either that one.
this. Did you notice the it's in it's finally.
So, like, really tough. They tell you, oh, it's fine. So me, and eventually, and then I go in.
Yeah, no. I know.
Which they were in the back.
This is what I was just telling you.
Right, and then Josh called me afterwards, and there was another check. I got it. Actually, I ordered it installed. I mean, I don't have $500.
See,
See, that's not what I'm saying, that's what I'm thinking.
last thing, they're just going back.
Emails, you open and then either like so that's.
Okay, so three groups. So the 10 basis of the trigger, she'll bring the jump shot here. It's been a week. I don't think for this.
It's like crickets in here. Hungry. I'm gonna try to squeeze through these. Look at them. All of this stuff has to do on the thing. I know we haven't been talking. I'm so sorry. First of all, I find it long.
Scoop it out for us. Scoop it out.
you have any guests on? Okay. How was your?
Good.
Were you gonna? Are you with me? Yeah. I'm cold.
Most people just need it for 3 days. Yep. Yeah, there's all. I don't know a lot of companies do it weight years and stuff, and just start just flatly. Yeah, we were. Let's see. A little bit. Yeah, we have, I have a different so yeah. Yes.
did you get, yeah, isn't there like, they obviously sent it. There's a link in it. Is there a phone number in that, or if there's no phone number, reply back to that email.
That's-
I knew you would probably see this being all over the news. It's pretty crazy. I saw that. That's
All right, good job.
I'll talk and definitely talk about that football stuff. We'll figure out a specific game and I'll see what you think. Okay? They do sometimes. It's just freezing.
Any other part?
Yeah, we can do that. Definitely. Got it now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It was all of last weekend. Yeah, she's got set aside. Yeah, no, we're both at a call. We're at the gas station.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, today, April first is fine, but it's just doing the first of the week. You know what I mean? Today's fine.
I have to.
So we're not about to part of that first one.
Oh, if I have to do it, I might just say,
Okay.
just do it, okay?
Okay. Like the kids that start classes.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. We'll do it right this week. I think what's.
It's personality. You need a liquor drink? Oh, I should need a liquor. I should know.
want me to fly in front of each other. So, yeah.
And he comes up to me and he first thing says, I need to. Somewhere.
Oh, I didn't know she was a regional there. Okay. Okay. She doesn't, what's the word I'm looking for, delegate? Yeah, and she doesn't delegate, right? I mean.
You have all this. Are you guys? No. Sure. Oh, that's it. Now, you guys do, like, you actually contract departments do that? No. Okay. So, you have a network of managers that, like, for,
No. No, she had a little problem.
It really depends on the area. So I kind of looked at, like, college here or something where part-time regarding where they're at. Because obviously the schools have here for all sorts of types of projects. So it's just one of those.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's usually like, it's usually customers that like, that I know for a fact that are not properties, they're
Transition and everything. And people not reach out to you. And she was like, well, I appreciate you calling me. And I said, well, what are you kind of looking for? And she said she likes people like that. Well, I don't have any job like that, but didn't sound like it. But anyway, it's not, that's really, I mean, I was calling about that, but just also checking in. There's a lot of movement.
especially.
Yeah, they took Jamco portfolio, but that's that strong assets and then the stuff to they took some of the Morgan assets, or not Morgan assets, the Limestone. No, shoot, Westdale. And they took some Westdale properties.
I would definitely
Yeah.
suggest that's how they use the different
They're not going to me.
So if you are.
Okay. I've heard good things. Well, she's already had it sleeping. She's going back to. No. Yeah, but that's.
It's really nice. I was looking at it and all that. Speaker, and then, call the company, but nobody.
No, that's totally fine. Poor Lucian's over there schlepping these water bottles.
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be a much more fun excursion than the water bottle. But you know, you have to have, you gotta wet your whistle, you can't be sitting far. Can't pay attention.
Oh, and the cost of living is on that too, so that's awesome.
I don't know where to go.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I'm asking is I didn't know how to be long enough. Okay. All right, well, I know and I know you want something higher.
Oh, yes. That's what I do. Tomorrow is 10 days.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not a sales.
I was just thinking. I hate that.
But it's,
Yeah.
enjoy your time. Take care.
All right, well, how many you? Yeah. What's wrong? You okay? It should be fine. There's like, you know. Yeah. All right, well, tell Megan I said hello and, we still be right here. Well, thank you for coming back. Okay. I miss you. Bye. Plastic Drive 30 minutes. They're not selling it. They have. See if I'm right getting it. weeks. I mean, all.
So. Lost my hand too, that's, So anyway. I don't know how much.
Did you hear me? Her name is Katie. She's a huge hospital. And she thing is, you have to be on your sheet. So you have to know what's going on. I think I was right on that, right? Okay. Yeah, I said he's very well. I heard his group. Very much. She said, okay. She's got a lot of background. She's anyway, but you know what I mean? Like, I want to be able to give some input, but I don't know how much I can do right now, right this minute. When you're at the you know, and yesterday, it was great. Like, I had a great day from the vision.
You didn't get it?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, talk to you later. Oh, sorry. What's yours? What's yours? Belly brown. Yes. Go eat. What is that? Chicken? Sorry. No, it's not. I know. Hi, friends. What's going on? Everybody around your picture. Don't you go get lunch? Was it? Oh, Sorry, I keep running into your car.
We're waiting.
I'm sorry.
All right, so I don't.
Sorry. Come on, you don't want to be watching. You don't mind. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm good.
We only go to court. So never had a reason.
I used to do it anyway, yeah.
They always were. That was the median. Because they're not listening to what we're saying, and they're listening to reading instead of the attorney. What happens you see that works, but they definitely so if the resident say, I lost, if the resident said, I lost my job, it's because of food. But you know they didn't lose their job, they're still getting it.
Every day. Yes.
Nothing's wrong.
Every day we are.
Yeah.
We're all trying to call one or other.
So what you doing? Or you are with a lot, but I'm getting my stimulus check. Yeah.
And when that's still, they would fill it out and have them come in and sign it, because they're like, bring some emergency, I'll get your money from. There's still a ton.
They didn't want to.
Strengthen our bodies and our bodies to your service. Be with us all as we travel. Thank you again, Lord. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I would like to go. I would like to go last year. Hopefully you guys are enjoying your lunch. You're gonna have some more time to finish your lunch, so don't worry, don't freak out on me. You can eat. But we are gonna take time to welcome some of our vendor partners during our lunch hour, give them the opportunity again to just speak, introduce themselves and their products. So we're gonna have a few come up back to back right now, and we're gonna start, well, I promised my team I would do this, so I apologize in advance. Don't worry, I'm not gonna rap or nothing. Knock, knock. Orange. Aren't you glad I didn't add any more knock, knock jokes? So please welcome to the stage our vendor partner, Knock.
Thanks so much for having us here. My name is Scott Witt, your guys' Customer Success Manager here at COP. So, for you not don't know about us yet, through our suite of lead management tooling, both on-site staff and regionals and on the team, our main goal is to boost everyone's productivity, backing down scheduling information, notifies you guys into the familiar. We look to improve occupancy of buildings, boost retention, as well as streamline the spend. But we do have an exciting new tool that we are just releasing and talking about. I'm going to pass it to Claire for a bit more.
We've recently launched Knock Tours, which is a touring companion on an iOS device, and I'm going to actually use my notes here just so I can make sure that we're talking about the right things. So with Knock Tours, you can level up on your prospect touring experience. We've actually seen an increase in about 5% visit to application, even during the slower season, which is super awesome for us and for obviously all the on-site teams. And then in addition to that, we can mitigate fraud. So it scans IDs. It can identify 6,000 different government-issued identifications. So whether your prospect is scoring in person or self-guided, Knock Tours will have you covered. So I will end with this. If you'd like to see a demo, we will have the iPad up at our table. So feel free to stop on in, say hi, and we can give you a quick demo. Thanks so much, everyone. Awesome. I think everyone in here that's on Knock loves Knock. We can't wait to get all of our properties on Knock because I know a few of you guys are jelly. It's okay. We're gonna catch up. Okay. And next up, our vendor partner that is here to talk some trash. We've got CCS. Yes. Yes, we do have CCS. Come on up, guys. Woo!
For having us. I'm Matt Brennan, and this is Zach. I'll let you explain what he's doing up here. We're each other's support animals tonight. So, I'm the co-founder of CCS. We started this company about 6 years ago, local here in Charlotte. The reason that we have concierge in our name, we won't sit in a hotel and show you where to go eat or do your dog thing. Concierge actually means one that takes care of apartments in French, just to be very posh. So when we first started, we knew we were going to do valet trash because we already had a contract, and we were going to do pressure washing. So we didn't know what else we were going to do. So we left it open for a lot of services. So over the last 6 years, we've really honed in onto the services. I'll just talk through them. So we offer pressure washing. Roofs we can do, really parking decks we do as well. So we can do that. We can travel 4 to 5 hours away from Charlotte to do that work. We support that. We pull water from the fire hydrants, we run the water hookups and the freeway and things like that. All those employees are W-2s, full-time employees, so they know what they're doing, and they've been with us for a while. Valet trash is another big service we offer. We're actually the largest North Carolina-based valet trash company, so we have 30,000 doors. Been in business 6 years and have never lost a contract in that service. We want to finish the quality of our service. Our reach, even though we're based right here in Charlotte, we actually cover from North Carolina to Florida, through pushing into Tennessee and Texas. We've controlled that growth because we want to maintain quality. So we've built a system and know we can do that. We also do dry van cleaning. I don't know if that's something South will fit in, but I know Charlotte specifically, there's a big push for this. So we actually go in and clean dryer vents from the inside of the unit. So we do ask somebody from the team to join us. We unhook the dryer, use a rotary brush, and a specialized vacuum system as well. So that's a flat fee, $25 a unit across the board. However, if Southwood wants to do a big portfolio, we can work with you on some pricing on that. Send whoever needs to help you. And then we also do gutter cleaning. Gutter cleaning is one thing that we actually sub out. It's not our people. We connected with a gutter cleaning company that does work. We used to work all the way down to Florida. We send them so much business that we get a substantial discount. So we're able to pass that discount along to the other reason, there's two other stuff here. We're actually sister companies. I'll let Zach tell you a little bit about what he does and how we can help you with bulk items.
I think Matt used the word posh, as a description would be opposite. So we might be the nastiest company you'll ever come across. And by that, we handle, on the vet side, we handle bulk trash, eviction clean outs. We go out like just dumpster and clean out, right? So we do get down and dirty and nasty, so if your maintenance teams don't have to. But we have a pretty good system. We can knock out, pretty big evictions in an hour or two, or it's might take your maintenance team a long time. And another big thing is we do weekly, bi-weekly, like bulk trash pickups, so that the dumpster areas don't get, overwhelmed. And so yeah, we operate. I'm a veteran. I was 11 years out to do in the Army. I'm happy I'm more veteran. And I try to hire veterans going forward, so since that's been on 6 years, we've been on the ground about a year and a half or so, the company here in Charlotte. But going forward, they have a passion for the veteran community. A lot of them need, employment opportunities, so, going forward, we're trying to build a good veteran team. But we operate with military precision, we'll be there on time. Even though we're nasty, we're very professional, right? Covered in filth, but we'll still, give you a smile and say, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes. Anyways, if you have problems with bulk trash, we help with eviction, clean house, anything pretty nasty, just let us know. We'll do it.
Awesome. Checking right along. All right, so this one was my favorite. You ready for it? To introduce our next a good lawyer. Y'all ready for this? A good lawyer knows the law. A great lawyer knows the judge. Welcome, Lone Sack and Brown.
I thought you were going to say there's no such thing as a good lawyer. Well, hello. I'm not an attorney. I play one on TV. She's the attorney. This is April Cole. Most of y'all know me. I'm Michael Bell. I email you. I do our training videos. If you've not done the training yet, definitely do it. You can do it on demand. You can do it live. So we definitely want to make sure we'll remove any frustration if you're confused about the process or how to do it. We do evictions. I let y'all, get down and dirty so you don't have to. We'll get them out so that someone else will move in and pay the rent. So we love working with Southwood. Jason touched on it this morning. Since I'm not really selling to y'all because you already use this and you know us, I want to take a second to do something. You guys work for an amazing company. And if you haven't figured that out yet, just talk to someone else at your table who's nodding their head. We have clients and then we have Southwood.
Agreed.
When my mom passed away, a little over a year ago, Katie was the only client who reached out to me. I had it on social media, not because I was looking for attention or anything, it's just what you do these days. Not only did she reach out, she got everybody in your home office to sign a card. And that card still sits on my desk. Every day I see that card. I know, I'm gonna make her cry. I love these people, and that's why we work so hard for you, because Southwood is an amazing company. And if you're ever in need, if you're confused, if you're like, I don't know what to do, help me out, call me, email me, use the contact form on our website. One of the perks we give you is free legal advice if it's relating to the evictions. So you don't have to sit in your office and sweat and think, oh my God, if I email my wife, I'm gonna get a $200 bill. We don't do that. So email your questions, call us, we will always help. And if it's something we don't do because it's outside the scope of evictions, we'll get you directed to the right people, but call us anytime. And in case you've been listening to the media and hearing wrong information, yes, you can evict. People are asking us every day, I thought you couldn't file an eviction. Yes, you can. Don't listen to the media, talk to your attorney.
Well, that's some good news, right? Thank you, guys. Okay, so next sponsorship this year, so we just want to make sure no one gets left out. Next up, paving the path to our prospects. Anyone want to guess? Yes, Katie, I call on you. She said it, rent path. Come on up. Hello, everyone. Did you have a great lunch? My name is Leslie Surpass, and I'm based in the Columbia, South Carolina market in my 21st year with RentPath. And I want to introduce my team members. This is Mandy Mays Poland, who's our district sales manager over in Carolina. And Daniel Cersei, who's our sales executive in Charlotte and covers this area as well. And we just wanted to, first and foremost, thank you so much for your business and partnership. There's a lot of choices out there, and we're just honored to be your partner. Your speaker this morning said something that really resonated with us, and it is when the leader gets better, the organization gets better. And we truly do believe that, and we think that he was great this morning. What do you guys think? Many of you know that RentPath is a leading digital company that empowers millions of people throughout the world, actually, to find a new home. We were purchased last year by Redfin. They're the largest brokerage firm on the web. And we have some very exciting news to share with you guys that's going to be announced this afternoon, but we're kind of tight-lipped about it right now. So we can't really say anything at this point, but it's going to be a huge benefit to all of you who advertise with us. So please stop by our booth just a little bit later, and we'll be able to share that news with you. And thank you again for your business and partnership, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Don't forget to stop by our booth. We're giving away $50 Amazon gift card. So if you don't have your business card, start your name, your property, name, phone number, and email address, and we'll be drawing the separation.
So he said that the name of that company, it's like the fourth time today someone said that name, so that just tells you, okay, like who the world is competing with. But I wanted to tell you guys, for the ones that were not in the class with me this morning, it is not Amazon. Some of y'all already know the name now, okay? And I learned this on TikTok. My daughter tells me all the time she learns more on TikTok than she does at school. I'm a little concerned about that, but every single day Amazon brings me gifts. So I think it's pretty amazing on myself. But I had to put that in because I was like, I gotta tell these people the real name of that company. All right, so our next, and actually our last, yes, I am, okay, I was like, don't do it wrong. Our last vendor partner for this section, I'm gonna bring them up here in just a second. I was, of course, researching, like, what am I gonna say about these people? Like, I wanna be like, and here's, this person and this person, but we felt like I had to do a little bit better job. So we did a little bit of research and we found out, I think, what their motto is, their company motto. And it really embraces some of the things that we're doing as a company as far as going paperless and trying to really be more digital. So for a greener today and tomorrow, please help me welcome to the stage, EnviroClean.
Hey everybody, so glad to be here in person and finally seeing faces. It's been a lot of months of doing virtual meetings, and I tell you what, the first little bit was difficult to get used to not seeing faces on LinkedIn and things like that. So it's wonderful to see beautiful smiling faces. A lot of you I have met over the past handful of months. Some of you I have met already today, and the rest of you, I really hope to still make a connection with you before you leave today. My name is Frances. I'm with EnviroClean Waste Solutions. We've heard that there's a water shortage, so Rebecca and Nugent are handing out some bottled water for you guys to take with you to the next session. Well, about 5 years ago at a networking event, our companies, talking with Southwood Realty, found that our values as companies aligned. You all gave us the opportunity to service a handful of your properties in the Carolinas, and within a short period of time, you trusted us with more of your communities. You took us to areas that we hadn't yet explored, including Atlanta, Greenville, Asheville, Charleston, more Carolinas, the Charlotte region. And in that short amount of time where we started our contracts with you and took on those extra areas, we were servicing 6,500 of your units across your company in those 3 states. We, at the time, with the limited resources that we had as a fairly new company, we still promised to provide you all with the highest quality service in the industry. And we are proud to be able to say that through all of that, almost 5 years of partnership with you, we have been able to count on less than one hand the number of communities that we have missed. I just want to break that down for you a little bit more. In just about 5 years, our teams have collected almost 8 million units with your company alone, and we have only missed one night at 2 of your properties. We want to make sure that we are doing everything that we can, going above and beyond to service your communities. When we look at everybody else that's in the industry, I honestly don't know that any other company can say that they have that track record, and we stand by that. We are able to promise this and provide this because we firmly believe in responsible growth. With a bit of restructuring within the company in the past handful of months, 6-9 months, we are ready to step up. We're ready to provide you guys with the next level of service and to be your premier valet service provider. Our new Director of Operations, Lucian, comes to us from managing a team of over 500 people, and he has worked directly with a portfolio of more than 500 communities. staple, long-standing anchors to our company, Rebecca, who most of you probably know. Rebecca, give me a wave. Rebecca, we are happy to have her transitioning into a sales and training role. We're very excited about all that's ahead. Together as a team, we have been diligently working to provide new resources for all of you guys, to expand the foundation of our company while maintaining our hometown values. Because at the end of the day, customer service is our bread and butter, and we want to make sure that each and every single one of you are taken care of. We have a new app that we are so excited to release to you guys, new tools and other resources, and also new services that we are ready to roll out for all of you at your communities. With valet services as the #1 growing amenity in the country, these days, it's not enough to provide those services. These days, to stand out against your competition, to get residents to move into your properties, you have to focus on the quality of services that you're providing. And that's what we're here to do. We stand by the quality of our services and promise to give you the best of the best. We have more resources than ever, and we'll continue to release even more resources on a local level, a regional level, and also company-wide. We have teams in place, additional boots on the ground that we are putting in all of your regions to make sure that you have that extra support for your teams. We want to, together, we, as a partnership, we have handled the best of properties. We've handled some properties that are not so the best of properties. We've been through quite a few sales with you guys now, and a lot of acquisitions. All of that is only to continue. Every single bit of it, though, we appreciate all the same, and we value all the same. We want you to know that in today's world, where we have shortages of labor, supply, sanity, I don't know about y'all, definitely not. We have to pull together, and we want you to know that we're here for you, to support you, and do whatever we can to make your lives as easy as possible. We are looking forward to rebuilding relationships that we may have with some of you, building new relationships, and strengthening our bond with all of you to face everything that's in the future together. Stop by our booth. We would love to talk with you more about all that we have to offer and how we can partner with you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we got 12:58 right now, and a couple of things real fast. There was a little bit of confusion about the bingo. Please make sure everybody knows that you have to finish the whole card, okay? So if you don't have like one row in the diagonal and stuff, you know, that's great, but keep moving. And you have until 3:40. 3:40 is the turn-in time. So with that said, this is your 15-minute warning. We're wrapping up lunch now. Go take a picture. If you haven't, that thing is like bomb. It made me look super cute, just saying. And finish up your food, get something to drink. And next up is going to be the award presentation at 1:15. Thank you.
Somebody else is talking about there's.
please make your way back to your seats. Attention, Level Up 2022 conference attendees. Please return to your seat at this time. Attention. Who's that standing? Call him out by name. Sam Power. Can you please return to your seat? Anna, no, I'm just playing. Can you please go out there, ladies in the back, and tell, wrangle them? My energy is magnetizing and pulling you in. All right, as everyone is making their way back to the seat, apparently we really didn't think the bingo through. We thought you guys were just gonna get it. But I did want to clarify one other thing, if I could. CoStar and apartments.com, they're the same thing. I think we've had some confusion on that, so we apologize. We did a name change last minute. It's really not your fault, but we did want to let you know if that's one of the blocks you're missing. You should be able to get it now. Do you think we got everybody in here that we need in here? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with, this is literally as far down as it'll go, so I got to lean up. So I'm leveling up my chin, which means I have one. Okay, so we're going to go into our award ceremony. This is super special, near and dear to my heart. Probably going to get emotional up in here. And our announcers this year are none other than two of our own. Put your clappers together as we welcome two of our regional managers to the stage, Angela Strider and Corey Hunt.
Hello, everybody. I'm gonna get you to practice your drum roll, but I think I like that better. So, thank you. All right. So, as you were saying, Corey Hunt, Regional South Florida for Lexington, Concord, and Portland.
And I'm Angela Strider. I am the regional manager over Greensboro and the Raleigh area, and I'm also the marketing assistant. They're now starting to come in. Because they are all property specific, and I'm very proud. I'm really. Oh, okay. That's me. All right. So today has been fantastic so far. Who has leveled up so far? enjoyed this. This is your first conference. You've never seen anything that Southwood has done before. This is your, how many other conferences have you been to? But this is the biggest and best one that we've had. Let's do it.
All right, guys, we have so much more to work for you all. But first, we wanted to take a few moments and acknowledge those team members that have hit milestones with us. You all are what make our organization what it is.
How amazing it is to see how many people within our organization have hit milestones with us. I am truly in awe at your commitment and dedication to Southwood Rescue.
At this time, we would like to focus on all of your accomplishments this year. We have an extremely talented group of managers here today. Your determination to be the best in the industry truly shines through. Please take this moment to turn your attention to the screen once more as we celebrate each of your teams. You all have a reason to be very proud of yourselves. Take a look.
Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted, one moment.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money in my mind, I can never get it up. Every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they say yeah, and they say yeah, and they say yeah. That's all I do is win. And then you go and put no hands in. Hey, I'm on vacation every single day because I love my occupation. Hey, I'm on vacation. If you don't like your life, then you should go and change it. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here.
That was incredible to watch. Really, I love seeing all the team photos, the fun that you guys can all have at work. It's really. You guys are all amazing. Work hard, play hard is a motto that you've taken to heart. Truly, we are so fortunate to be a part of an organization with such talented professionals. Congratulations to everyone with a job well done.
With that in mind, we'd like to take this opportunity to stop, celebrate, and recognize teams and individuals who have risen to the top, like Freeman's Property Rising. I like it. And recognize teams face adversity and overcome, and who also know what it means to make their property shine in business when there is so much competition. For more than 7 years, Southwood has continued this tradition, and as we grow, it is becoming increasingly difficult. With that being said, we would like to wish all of our 2021 nominees good luck. You are a great company.
The first award that we are going to present is the Social Media Award. And this award is going to be presented to a manager that has taken the expectation and that has leveled up. They've built their property's brand on all social media platforms. The first winner. This recipient continually led the charge with the content and increasing their Instagram reach of 85.1%, or 12,400 accounts. This community has used social media to their advantage and solidified their place on the social space. And the winner is.
You get the clap shout.
Palisade, here is them.
property has gained over 16,000 followers and over 402,000 likes on their TikTok page. Got a lot of numbers coming at you, so just listen. These are amazing. They have received 1.3 million views on one post alone. In the last 60 days, they have received over 56,000 video views, over 2,000 profile views, over 1,000 likes, and 77 shares. Was I right? A lot of numbers. That's awesome. That's 1.28 shares a day on a free platform. These numbers alone were enough to be offered a TikTok Creator Fund, which requires a special invite from TikTok themselves to do content and numbers this page creates. This community continues to create fun and creative content that keeps their fans engaged, as well as creating in-person traffic from their viewers. All right, so the winner is Show me the money. This just shows consistently exceptional performance in a variety of financial measurements. This community has maintained a high occupancy rate since acquisition and finished 2021 with an RONI of 129.8% and a total income growth of 85.9%. There it is. Palisades at New River.
Too quiet. All right, the second winner. This manager's dedication and positive leadership has led their community into the highest performance that the property has ever seen in revenue, and her entire staff displays why and how they got there every day. They lease quickly, they tour top notch, even with new leasing agents. They keep their property in pristine condition. They continue to build value with their residents as rates have gone significantly up, and build value with every interaction with a prospect. This property had total revenue growth for the year of 18.4%, the highest number for any stable property within the company. They also had the second highest revenue per unit number within the company. And the winner is Palisades Asphalt. Okay, the last set of awards that we are presenting goes to A-Team Award. So the A-Team Award is designated for the entire team that overcomes extreme adversity, and they are able to exceed performance expectations. The first winner, having an exceptional 2021 and overcome many obstacles, this team has proven that they have had what is needed to be successful. Not only did they hit the marks in the site that they had not consistently seen before, but they have gone above and beyond to assist their residents and make everybody feel at home. There is never a time that we reach out for assistance that are not immediately met with a yes or how can I help. This team represents the meaning of the word team, both within their own team and even within their regions. And the winner is Valentine Common Simpson.
2021, this team hit all-time revenue 6 out of the 12 months, despite the hardships the pandemic had on their residents. This property has also grown their rents on average of $290 from lease rent to market rent without undergoing any renovations. The maintenance team helped oversee 2 additional properties while those sites had no maintenance, all while getting their units and the other properties' units turned within 14 days. This team has the utmost respect for one another and jump at the chance to lead up in hand. Frequently, you can find Victor, the maintenance supervisor, cooking the entire team lunch, or the property manager celebrating each employee's achievements and life milestones. For each member of this team is dependable, hardworking, and a true asset. And the winner is.
What amazing accomplishments. Congratulations to all the winners and nominees. We thank you for your hard work and dedication. You have all had. Are you gonna dance?
I need if you'll allow me to get a little bit off script, I've got one more award that we're going to give out today. I'm absolutely honored to announce this award, and if Dan and Katie, you guys want to come up, please do. Today we're going to award the first ever Gene Ratchford Senior Award.
Aww.
Simply known as Senior by most. He founded Southwood in the mid-70s, and he ran this company until the day he passed in 2017. He gave everything he had to ensure this company was built on a solid foundation, and he has allowed us to be what we are today. Make no mistake, he was tough, and he demanded excellence. But more than anything, he loved Southwood. He was loyal to those who helped him. He worked tirelessly every day, and he always put the organization before himself. So this award, when we honor it, it may not be every year, but when we award this trophy, it's going to go to someone who shares these traits. They work hard, they help others, they show loyalty, and they possess a passion for this company. So if I could have everybody give a standing ovation for the first ever winner of the Gene Ratchford Senior Award, to Delilah.
Okay, so I don't even know how I'm standing up here right now. Because that is so precious. Oh my God. I gotta tell y'all something. I was like, there's no way I can work that anywhere into anything I'm supposed to say today. Because this day is not about me. Okay, no, seriously, I was gonna tell you what I was gonna tell you. Y'all, I found out I was pregnant at Southwood Realty I got married, y'all ain't even gonna believe this one, at Southwood Realty. No, I grew up with Southwood Realty. It's in my blood, even though it's not, it's in my blood and their family, and I love this company, and they'll have to push me out the door. Thank you so much for that. At this time, our leadership team would like to offer a special message to each and every one of your teams. Please enjoy this video.
We would like to pause at this time and take a minute to express our sincerest gratitude to each and every person who has contributed to the success of Southwood Realty over the past couple years and past 40+ years.
When we achieve success, we do so because others have failed.
It is with each person's effort and dedication that has allowed our company to be a superior force in the property management industry.
For this, we thank you.
We thank you. Armed with our team of resolute leaders, we enter 2021 with a clear and concise vision.
To become a best-in-class multifamily management and construction company is reaching for higher excellence while still grounded in our roots and humble beginnings.
As we began 2021, we were actively working 2 lease-ups. Since then, we have opened 7 additional lease-ups and acquired 25 new communities. With your hard work and dedication, you provide our company with a solid foundation and provide the fuel that makes future growth possible.
We have made tremendous strides to streamline our processes and provide resources that all team members can easily access and benefit from.
Most importantly, we are maintaining our mission for the company to always improve, learn, and never settle as we build, manage, and operate our communities, to create a welcoming environment for our residents that welcomes them to their homes and neighborhoods.
While we're here together celebrating our collective efforts and achievements, we would be remiss not to acknowledge how far we've come and who helped make it happen.
We will move into 2022 with renewed passion and level up all our efforts, becoming stronger and more focused than ever before.
We'll continue to grow and challenge ourselves in new ways.
We will give ourselves ever more reason to feel accomplished and successful at year end.
In the words of Aristotle, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit.
We thank you for your excellence in 2021. And thank you for continuing your excellence in 2022. Alrighty, so oddly enough, that kind of segues perfectly into our next vendor partner, who has totally been like family the whole time I've been here. So we started using this vendor partner in 2005, which is the year that I came to work for Southwood. And in a lot of conversations that I have with people, especially during training, they may have not worked in this particular system before. And I'm like, sorry, can't relate. So please help me. Welcome to the stage, MRI. We need a red carpet. All right, so, now hear me okay? Yeah, excellent.
So, hello, thanks again for having us today and allowing us to be a sponsor of this awesome leadership conference. It's so nice to be back at these events and being in person with everybody. So really excited. This is one of the first ones that we've done in a while, just like y'all. I'm Joanna Rell. I am an industry principal, really for multifamily, but specifically a lot of people know me as an insurance lady. And I actually live here locally. I'm just over in south side of Charlotte, so I was able to come and be with you guys here today, and I'm really happy to do that because I've got a slide coming up that I can't wait to show you all. And with that, I got my colleagues, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Okay, great. For those of you that I haven't met yet, I'm Lori Ward, and I'm one of the sales directors at MRI, responsible right now for screening, insurance, and check clearing sales. So, yeah, thanks for having me.
I'm Jeff Yowsey. I'm Vice President over our residential solutions and our payments group. So the majority of the products that you use in your property management system, resident portal, leasing portal, screening, insurance, all of those products are supported. We're, like John said, it's a pleasure to be here. So excited to get back with our clients, get their feedback, see how they're doing, how we're partnering together to help you grow and also help us grow in our efforts as we deliver our clients. So really excited. Thank you.
Jennifer, do you want slides? Yeah, okay.
I think we're adding in the new presentation.
Oh, okay, all right, well, I'm just gonna, wing it, I'm gonna wing it, hey, I'm good. So first and foremost, I wanna say thank you, you guys are integrated, as Jeff just said, with many of our products, not just your day-to-day management, system, but callback screening, insurance, you've now recently rolled out Resident Connect and your resident portals, and I know that y'all are about to get into that, so we just wanna say thank you for all that business, we're super excited to, have it and continue to grow with you. From an insurance perspective, I want to send out, if you see the slide presentation, you all are the most successful client with the MRI insurance product ever in my experience. So you all are at almost 96% overall compliance in less than a year. That is amazing. Your sales penetration, which is your MRI or multifamily insurance policies, are at like 43% average, which is also amazing, trending towards like 50. And the company receives an ancillary component for that, so that is like fantastic. So it also means that your residents love the product. So again, another congratulations. I've never seen that kind of progress in the period of time that y'all have done that. So that is awesome. And we just look forward to growing with you and other products, continue to grow with screening, checkpoint. There's some other elements to insurance that we'll be rolling out, at some point in the future. We won't try to give you too much new at once, but stay tuned. So that's it. That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, I cannot believe this day is almost gone, but it's still not over yet. We have our roundtable sessions up next. And this is gonna be similar to this morning when we did the breakouts. But this is really your opportunity. We hope that you're gonna be gentle with us. I had coffee earlier, but we're out. So just give us the feedback, be active in the discussions. This information is reviewed after the conference today, and we really hope to be able to use it to the betterment of the company. So same setup, we're gonna have our room leaders. I think you guys probably have figured out the layout by now, okay? You guys are super smart. But we're gonna have our room leaders, they're gonna go back there, and check your name tags again if you will. See what rooms you're going to, and they're gonna just go through some questions with you guys, and just please be honest with your feedback, and we'll see you back here shortly. Thank you so much.
All right.
They greatly utilize those tools of ours more than any of my other facilities. So I've been around a long time. They take full advantage of it. More than my base customer count for 11 years. Take advantage of, full advantage of.
That's Jennifer, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. So many of our sales reps couldn't be here today, but they all said you guys would be hugs and kisses. Yeah. If you have a moment, just reach out to them to let them know that you must see them here, because they certainly must see them. Yeah. And then what I like to do now is turn over Shelley Price. She's AE in Charlotte. She works with level of doing spring. She wants to talk to you about a couple things, and then you can just say whatever you want to say. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Just think about it.
How you doing, sir?
Well, how are you? We always do better than that. I think we're here. You're fine. You're fine, but I get all in my head. So I'm just gonna start, like I said, we definitely have enough for you guys. I'm currently working with 56 properties throughout South Georgia. I look forward to continued growth. You have over 450 associates. And I don't know, I'd love to say something like, we have this many crews out there, but whatever, 450 associates, 14 branches. And then talk about, so many of our guys love to have been here with you guys today.
No, but that's better than you were.
Couldn't be here. If you think about it, send them a message or something, because they would love to hear from you.
All right, let's see if I can find things that sounds good. She asked me for a stroke, but
Oh, we're the same group, we're right here.
And plus they know what we do. And, yes. And we gotta do the
Drawing, yes. I mean, dog out.
maybe I don't do,
okay, I wasn't prepared.
The store manager, she wants their, she had
Sometimes, you gotta do the best you can in the short meetings. I'm just saying, that's not why some we stop. How much you percent? The reason we don't like 10%. Very nice. My other airlines. It's very much.
No, just. Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, are you gonna take those?
Oh, you know what, man? I went to Jerry Stockton. I didn't forget Jerry Stockton.
Oh, yeah, like that.
No, there's something in there about, asking me what shifts I can take in next few days.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good, man.
Hey, was it, was speaking, said you were in the Army?
That's one of my business partners.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know, I couldn't see who it was really, but I was just, I was just going to, but then.
Yeah, it's my business partner out there. He's actually still, in reserve, but he's served in Afghanistan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was active duty for 11 years. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you active too?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
02, 06.
Oh, yeah? What branch? Oh, yeah?
A lot of that. So.
Yeah, well, that's what I figured.
Yeah. You know, but, yeah. No,
Where were you based at?
Camp African, Kuwait.
Oh, really? He was in Afghanistan for.
Yeah, you know, I got something out there that,
Hey, goodness.
Iraq, Germany.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Been to so many places.
Yeah. Thank you for your service.
Everything that comes along with it.
Right?
That's right, sir.
All the stuff that nobody knows about.
Oh, yeah, you got that right. Yep. That's absolutely right, you know. But, yeah, you know.
Actually, we really haven't helped them that much. Speaking. Sure. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. What the-
Y'all been keeping busy now that things are opening up again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not just for that. And they just get out and do regular terms. Actually, logos. So, yeah. Think of that. So, but, yeah, burgers, they like, yeah. So, but, yeah, we had a real chance. I don't think James was reaching out today. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they'll come back with some ideas. And go around and you see what you know, you may observe already said that. I'm sorry. I did email her, so it's in her PDF, but I emailed PDF. It's a list of, yeah. So, what that marketing had actually with them, she's a previous manager, so I changed it to this, I sent her, January and March, she got March, it's still in January. So, if you're, I know, just download it as a PDF and email it to Alyssa. Yeah. Don't do it through my case. For some reason, it's maybe it's a direction. I don't know. Because I sent a both. I sent January and March, February, and I sent her a both, because she only got March. Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Larry, good deal. Larry. You know, I mean, I guess you just. I'll definitely look for you, like that. After you stop selling, yeah, I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. You're very welcome.
Safety. Oh, shoot. Yeah, okay. Because I literally have to like coordinate that is it. And I'm gonna be a little hurt if I'm all over and get on my face. I know. See people like talk to me. Yeah, or whatever. Just it was like not to be rude. I mean, of course, I'm always hi, but it's like we just don't know. But at least, but it's nice to finally put like an email with a name and a face. You know? We can't do that. We can't like. We have a wonderful. I go to Mount I'm actually enjoying this. Also was very, very nice. Yeah, I got the popcorn hit up. Like he's like, here, but take some. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do that. They are putting out cookies and all kinds of stuff.
Almost over. What property? I probably won't be that bad. You live in Lakewood? No. What part? Qualified for it?
Sorry.
I've been there. That's only a while.
Got you, we got, I see it, so they're better.
I haven't made it with my other uncle. How much bigger is grandfather's farm and three left from the other house? Another farm like that. I mean, we spent 20 minutes looking for a farm at a farm, 3 months right there.
That's about what it is, about this type of. I have, I don't know, it's,
Oh, URL.
I'm back, I'm so happy. They told me that I was
Oh, we just hired you. We just saw our faces. Yeah. Did any submit? Yeah, but why don't you like that? This is exactly what you asked for. No, we want this. Do you want what you disapproved of that? They changed all the time.
All right, I'm gonna do my session.
I'm saying, no, I talk to you all the time.
That's what you're.
Whatever, again. No.
Take care, now, good to see you.
I suffer a strict now again. Always daddy, I'm at I like my grandfather when he's not able to drive. That's that. It's gonna be like 2 weeks again. I'm supposed to be. But, at least I should be able to get more this time. Mom's there. So they should be able to come on. Because last time I was doing it, they would tell me because I was on a driver and I could zoom around with it. So, then you're trying to tell somebody that has anesthesia. What do you got? I don't know. What's next? Not with this crowd, I may get busy. Not with this crowd. We've got this session until 3:20, 25 minutes. That's where we're at. No. and I'm gonna break out session. Everything, so we got the, right, why don't I do that? Early conversation, conversation. That, no, I don't know. Yeah, what do you do? Yeah, fine. Yeah, I'm working with that right now. We're trying to get it resolved. You all send it over, all send it over, like, how they don't do it, so, further down the road. Or, some people are they aren't even that bad. So, they started speaking and they started speaking where it starts for yeah, but why did you put that up? All you have to do is run outside. You get these tires. Never at all. agree with it, you're fine. But why, you know? Then you drive me out, it's like, they suffer the inflation, so he goes. And yeah, I mean, it's just cool, but it's just, never fix all of that, you always, you're always. Yeah, that's not, I don't. You know, it lost its grid, and you sell, and they sell, and you know, now they're building other people. That's what you do. Same deal, same thing. Yes.
Yeah, it should have been, I know, my email's been acted up, so if it hasn't got, let me know, or send it from over next report or something. All right, sounds good, man. I like it.
Thank you, sir. You're right, yes. Oh, I saw I like this. This is absolutely. I said to Julie the first time, she's like, well, I don't talk to her. I really wasn't like, you got money to do something. Interviewing tomorrow. It's coming in next week.
talks to our people. I have 60 days. Then this is the fire truck. I'm like, that's not. It's like front of, yeah. I'm talking to Bill. But I don't know if you're all this situation. Yeah.
So, here's the state line, and that's between the ones. That's off this road here, Bart Barrett, here's Dustin Road right here. It's just. Show on this whole. Talk about it.
that road. Right. Good. How's it going? How are you? Sorry, if I'm interrupting anything. I'm just taking this opportunity to say hey to everyone. Sounds like exclusive love to get into. I'm Brandon. Where Brandon? Nice to meet you. Dave. Nice to meet you. Yeah, so we're CCS, well, it's fine, but we're working on something for a little bit in the hospital, working on everything. So, just we're working with you guys. Let us know whatever you guys need. And we appreciate it. Sure. Thank you. Have a good one. Nice to meet you. You too. It's not working for me.
Yeah, no, Oh yeah, everybody, real floors would like to know, did you get your tickets? I got my ticket. I'm gonna see if I can be like the second time winner today. Want my ticket? Yes, yes. All right, guys, that was very important. To our next invite up on the stage. Or hold on, I'm supposed to say this a different way. Next up on the floor, to keep it real, the one and only Real Floors.
This is gonna be hilarious, because I'm probably gonna draw, and we're getting it from here. So we're gonna start off with a drawing. I'm Brandy with Real Force, by the way. Hello, Brandy. Can you hear me? So I'm gonna yes. Okay. 192 525. 192 525. Oh my gosh, if this doesn't help you guys, I'm sorry. 192 535. Oh, shut. Anyway, my name is Breen Ravalata. I'm with Real Stores. Thank you so much for letting us come here today. We really appreciate it. You guys, great. This has been a great day. You guys are full of energy. Great conference, great flow. You guys came by food. I really appreciate all the conversations. So thank you so much. We have definitely leveled up with your company. We are now working with 56 properties in North, South Georgia. So thank you so much. We have over 450 associates with our company. We are in 14 locations throughout Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, and we're growing. We're going to grow to Jacksonville, Florida as well. I have Shelley with me today, and we have several other salespeople that would love to be here with us today, but unfortunately, we can't all be here. So if you have a moment, you have it on your card, send them a message and tell them you missed them because they want to be here today. But thank you so much for your partnership. Your friendship means the world. And I'm going to turn this over to Michelle in a minute. She'll talk about a couple things.
Hi guys, thank you for letting me be here. It's nice to see everybody. The main thing I just wanted to say was thank you for your business. Thank you for, you guys are one of my companies out of 11 years of doing this that are the most, are utilizing our online features and our ordering features the most of any of my companies. I've been around a long time. So I just want to say thank you. You guys are awesome. If you're not utilizing it, please let me know or Brandy know for the other markets, and we'll make sure to get your login information to you. Several of the features that you can use with us online are you can access your invoices instantly. So a lot of my customers are currently, they'll call, and once they're using Real Online, they might be able to put their invoice right away if they need it for something. You can also you can utilize the budget feature. You can do online ordering. You have a complicated template. You may want to call that one in or email that one in. You can check all of your history. We track every job that's ever installed. And there's a program calculator, as well as, I don't think a lot of people, when you get that phone call, how much flooring have you spent? Here's a quick glance dashboard. So you can go, I spent $22,500. So that's one of my favorite, that's one of my favorite things. Again, thank you so much. You guys are very kind and very good to us, and we really appreciate you. And I look forward to seeing you all soon. Thanks.
All right, the time has come for bingo. No, I'm not announcing the winners. Don't get excited. But if you haven't turned in your bingo card, now is the time to do it. Please don't make this too easy on these ladies. Okay, I was really hoping they was gonna sweat over this a little bit. So Ashley, Diana, or Sam can take your completed bingo cards. Did we make it too hard this year? Y'all supposed to be leveling up. All right, so we're gonna save the announcement until a little later after they verify the cards for who it was that won bingo. All right, so now I'm gonna get serious for just a second. You know, that's how long it's gonna last because that's all I have in me. So I wrote some stuff for this. This conference is not just a conference that we arrange every year, but it has become a celebration where managers across our company, now 4 states, soon to be 5, come together to share their knowledge, our failures, our successes, so that we can learn from it all and apply it all for the betterment of the company. This day would be absolutely incomplete without hearing from the trailblazers themselves. The Ratchford family leads first by example. They truly embody what it means to be hardworking and fair. It has been my great honor to work for them for 16.7 years, and yes, I know I've been saying 17 for a long time because I ran, okay? And I'll continue to do so. We already said, until they push me out the door. Unfortunately, Gene Ratchford Jr. was unable to be here today, but we are happy to have Will Ratchford standing in for him. These fine people need no introduction, but please put your clappers together for Dan, Katie, and Will Ratchford.
I'm Katie, for those of you who are listening today. Many of you I've known for years and years and years, and just a couple random thoughts. As our companies are growing and improving, I am personally so proud of the quality of our communities. Our residents could choose to live in any number of places, and they choose us. And we are grateful for that for all of you, and thank you for being good caretakers of these valuable assets. I'm so proud that even with the challenges that we had the last 2 years, our residents were taken care of with the continued level of excellence that we expect and that you and your teams consistently deliver. We see that exemplified in our award winners today. Well done. And I want to thank you personally for your patience and willingness to learn and embrace new processes and ways to think and do things in our daily operations. The corporate and the support staff strive daily to make your resident profile the best possible, and our goal is that they will reside in these communities for a very long time. We anticipate many more changes and improvements in these areas in 2022, and we'll all be on the learning curve together, so we will level up. Again, thank you for all your work to our communities and our family. Please call me even anytime you need something. Our job is to serve you and your staff as you serve our residents. Guys, Megan and the team, thank you.
Good afternoon. I would like to introduce myself as I've been told I need to. I'm Dan Rashford, also known as Kate's husband. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out today in this rain. Some of you heard my brother had eye surgery today. The tax record said he could not be here. I know he wanted to be. So please keep him in your thoughts and prayers. Just a little history. We all know Southwood, but in 1965, Triangle Real Estate was incorporated. And my father was building houses, started building homes and developing lots, building communities. And in 1977, he got into multifamily a little at a time. Trust me, it was very little. And it has just grown. And I would really think you'd be proud of it. In the past 10 years, since 2012, we went from 6,295 units today. We have over 21,000. You keep changing the numbers on me, I can't keep up with it. And you more construction is planned. Those who've been with Southwood for a while have seen a lot of change and growth. Our father, Dean Sr., left a legacy. And I know he'd be proud of the path that the company is going and growing in the way the portfolio has changed. I mean, properties are nicer than ever, and it's just some of the things we used to love were hard to love, but it's getting easier. And I know my father would be proud of the way Gene Jr. is handling the day-to-day corporate operations, all operations, and how Will has been handling all the new construction and acquisitions. And I am very personally proud and pleased with the best management team we've ever had. So please, give yourself. Some of the managers started as leasing agents and moved up to management. We have some that went from leasing agents to regional managers. And that, it's a continued growth. And it's so good to see it. This industry is changing fast, but with co-workers like yourself, support from your regional and district managers as well as corporate and everyone company-wide, we're able to make a difference in our community. Even with the challenges of COVID and the strain it put everyone under, we're able to keep the offices open to better serve our residents. As managers, you must multitask. You're not only a manager, you're a leasing agent, you're head of maintenance, and you're also the first person that a lot of our residents meet. And you're here at Southwood, you're the first person you're on the front line. In closing, I want to thank everyone for being part of the Southwood family. And I look forward to many years of growth. And on a final note, my brother and I would like to give special recognition to Nancy Siskey at Madison Park. Nancy's a wonderful person. While battling cancer throughout her treatments, she continued to work tirelessly and maintain a positive attitude. And I want to tell you something, her residents love her. She makes that community. She knows each and every one, and she cares for all the residents. And one more thing, Southwood Realty is now including Good Friday as a paid holiday. It's very important, right, family? And, I hope you enjoy your time with your fans.
You said it would be 2 minutes long. I was like, bye. Yeah, I mean, I only have like 15 minutes. Thank you all for coming today. My dad should be still in surgery, but he'll be out in probably another 40 minutes. Hopefully you can see. Anyway, Southwood really in the last 4.5 years, between Southwood and Triangle, we have bought over 12,700 units. And we built over 4,000 more. What we have seen is a concerted effort in the develop new regions, to upgrade the current ones, and to build a cohesive group of properties that can operate together to create a brand. You will see more residents that will transfer from our property to property due to jobs, friends, families that may look to move to a Southwood Realty property due to previous experiences that they've had in another town. This means reputation will be ever more important, but the reputation for your property is not just affected, it's a reputation for the entire company. A bad experience at one property can dissuade a prospect from even looking at your neighbor. So every property must follow the same and know these guidelines. The grounds must be clean. Lines must look right. I got that on Marty anyway. If a property looks dirty on the outside, the consumer will think the inside is a mess also. No, G Junior also said to make sure that units on the resident report are actually ready. He got hit by Marty too. But that is a big issue that we're starting to see creep up. The tours have to also be done cheerfully and professionally. The biggest deal, this is a big deal, and I don't tour with most of y'all on our properties, and they can see me coming. I'd say most of the Carolinas can see me in my Crocs coming. This is an important day but on the tours that we've seen, Dan's taking tours, Oak's taking tours, Russell's taking tours, with COVID, throughout the entire industry, there's been a lot of bad tours. I've been not able to get into units. I went into one complex, and they told me I had to make an appointment, which is fine, I've seen that before. But no, I could not tell them to make an appointment. I have to go back on my phone and look in the front lobby and make an appointment before they can see. You're starting to see some of this happen. And so if your team reaches the professional cheerful level, you will be remembered compared to some of these competitors you're against today. And you got to sell yourself and units and everything as they become more competitive. When COVID, you have a 1-bedroom available, asphalt, I'll take it. Sight unseen, I'll take it, because there's no availability. Now you're going to start seeing availability as people move up, a lot of leasing agents that you have never rented a unit before COVID. And that's going to be an issue coming forward. And if you can stop that issue, you will be the better sales team than your peers. 3, treat residents with respect, act happy, to see them even if it's personally killing you. We all have those people. Number 4, but if you are having a tenant that is causing a problem, please fill applications immediately, because we don't want to deal with the same problem again. And we see that. It used to be really rare. We had somebody from New Orleans you moved to Georgia. We never thought that would have ever connected. But now, I mean, you're going to see people move from Wake Forest and Raleigh, and they'll take a job in Charlotte, and they'll move to Cramerton or Concord. It's a very plausible thing. You know, as our units become more cohesive, hopefully the Palisades brand is working now. We got only 20-some properties. I'm still going to use that as a brand, and it's claimed as a brand because that applications and everybody in the office hates that I've been involved in saying that. So, you know, what is Southwood currently going to do in the near future and beyond? There are at least 8 more properties to be bought this year, and 2 additional construction projects going to start delivering units. After this, you may see Southwood slow down at the pace of replacement of properties. You know, I've told Dan that for the last 3 years it hasn't happened, but it may start. But, you know, I look at it more like a manual transmission or switching for another gear. You know, there's going to be a momentarily pause while we're trying to figure out this. But with the change in interest rates and inflation running rampant, we're not going to stop, but we're going to be a little bit more cautious. And what does this mean for each of you as apartment managers? We're going to look to make sure all existing units are competing at the proper competitive sets of their units. And we may have to focus especially in the properties that grandfather built, and it's going to come back to some rehab of existing units to bring the older units up to the modern look. For each of y'all, is what inflation is going to do to our industry. Inflation's here. It showed up strong last year with rent increases averaging 21% across all of our markets. This has caused a lot of benefits and problems to deal with as managers. Some of the positives you're going to see is allowed Southwood Realty's strongest COLA raise ever. That should be coming next couple weeks. I do not know what time. But rent increases per market should still show at least 8% this year. Renewals should be easier to pick up. With interest rates rising and increased price of all goods, homes are going to be more expensive this year and less feasible. Apartment starts will be down slightly because of supplies, and your residents' most price-effective option in housing is to stay with you and renew. Some of the negatives that we're going to find out of this, as a real resident, everybody's going to feel the pain. But your residents are going to have to, are going to feel the pinch, and you're going to have to hear about it as managers. And it's a tough thing, but it's going to affect all of us. Also, supplies and availability are still going to be an issue next 12 or 18 months still. And your vendors, as wages and everything tighten up, you're going to have some more vendor issues coming up, unfortunately. But bright side for Southwood, I mean, long term, this is still very good for us as an industry. It's a change. We've never had this long of a runway of positive growth we're hitting year 13 in the expansion cycle of the apartment industry, and it's never lasted more than 6 or 7 years before. So it's a whole new ballgame. What you're seeing though is as much of the movement from the north to the Midwest coming, you're still going to see rents increase. It's going to be a different economy. We're just going to have to, roll through it together. And we'll just see, we'll just have to see how it goes month by month. But, positive, I mean, all of our stuff is locked in financially pretty much. It's, as a company, we're going to be strong. We're just waiting to see what the market's going to do. And that's usually the time that Southwood has grown. Southwood grew in some of its biggest stretches between 07 and 10 when properties, and that's when Southwood really grew in its size and capability. And, we expect the same thing to happen again. It's just when it will happen. And that's it. Just so we had 20 minutes, I think we took 15, which is a record for the rest of the stock.
All right, so that was great. I hope that was super insightful for you guys and gave you a little bit of information about what you can look forward to. But I think this next session is going to probably highlight that even more so. I did want to mention, unfortunately, our speaker, Jason Stoughton, wasn't able to be back with us this afternoon. So we'll just keep him in our thoughts. And that's okay, because we have really shoved everything in. And we're still gonna finish up on time. So that's great. So our next session is actually a new session for this year's conference. It is our Q&A. And you guys selected the questions, so that's great. So we have our guest panelists here on the stage. We have Megan Hahn. Russell Tyndall. He's going to be the podium. And Will. And Will. No, you already heard from Will, so you know that's Will. You know that's Megan and Russell too, but still, you know, I like using that voice. Y'all see what I did there? All right, so we're just gonna go down the line and they're gonna answer your questions for you, okay? He's nervous. All right, so this first question is actually gonna be for Will. And you just bear with us because you know we have to pass the mic. And we can't drop the mic. All right, so Will, you ready? Considering a property's age, this one's a good one, guys, amenities and size, does there ever become a point when you have reached a max rental limit for what the property has to offer?
Okay, I think this one's a good one that, you know, you'll see with like Nancy's property. She's hit the maximum amount of rent that you could probably get on that property. But you're still going to see inflation hit every year. And so her rent will still increase with inflation. And there's nothing more that you can do on a property like that of adding amenities to make it, you know, that's as best as it's ever going to run. So you will have properties like that. A lot of times though, on the properties that we're buying property and you're on one of those properties and you're seeing rents move substantially. We bought those properties for a reason. We know exactly, you know, we saw that there was 100, I mean, I didn't say it, ours was a $4 million, there's almost a $400 rent gap that they were not charging for. And so you're going to see a substantial rent increase, and then it'll go into its inflation rate increases.
Great answer. Well, thank you for that. All right, this next question is for Megan. What is a good daily routine, Megan? And any tips that you'd like to share for new managers to help them get into the flow of running the property?
Okay, y'all want to know the secrets? I don't know how many, but truthfully, I think this is a great question. A lot of us, myself included, work our way from a leasing agent up. So as we have grown throughout our career, we found things, tips, tricks that would help our days go by a little bit faster. But truthfully, in a manager role, especially if you were promoted into a manager role, whether it's the same property or a different one, it's confidence. You start with confidence, but you earn respect. So there's a difference, right? So when you walk into that role, you can't walk in, I'm the manager for USA. That's a terrible plan. It will backfire every time. You earn the respect of your team by working alongside them. You humble yourself to learn from them every day. And you work on finding a system that works for you. I think organization is such a big deal. Everybody works differently. People have asked me, like, what do you do to stay organized? I don't. I make notes. Russell probably hates my notebook. It's so bad. You couldn't find the notes, but it helps me to write it down. If I write it down, I tend to remember it better. So I write things down. I put things in my calendar. but don't force your way on someone else. As long as they're organized, let them be. As long as you're working cohesively as a team for the greater good of the community, you're doing what you need to do. You also have to communicate effectively with your team. So making sure that you're transparent about what the objectives are on a day-to-day basis, week-to-week basis, letting your maintenance team know, like, hey guys, our trend is maybe down a little bit. We want to win. We want to be 96% or better. What I need from you is, or how can you help me? Your maintenance teams a lot of times get forgotten on that end. They talk to residents more than you do. Think about how many times they may have an interaction, if it's a smile, if it's a wave, any of those things. So making sure that you're inclusive of all of your team members will really help you as you're growing into that role. And then don't put off the hard stuff. Customer service calls can be the worst. They can also be the best. Do not wait till the end of the day to do it, because you will dread it all day long. There's a reason why they called in. Rip the Band-Aid off. Go ahead and tackle those hard things up front. You can put it to bed, and then you can go on about your day. But there's a reason they have a need, and we're in the service industry, so please don't forget that that's what we're doing. You are a servant leader, should be a servant leader, and you have multiple clients. You have your internal clients, which is your team. You have your external clients, which are also your residents and your vendor partners. Make sure you forge those relationships. Make sure that, that I scratch your back, you scratch mine. It goes really far. Don't forget those things as you go on about your day. And I promise you will continue to level up in your career. You'll level up your property's performance. It's very organic when you do it that way. So those are my only tips and tricks. Sure.
That was great. So I believe what I heard Megan said is there is another level and your name's on it. All right, so this next question is for Russell. This is a great question. There are multiple property management systems available. Do you ever see Southwood Realty changing from MRI?
Thank you. Great question, and I think in the last breakout session, we almost spent the entire time talking about some of this stuff. I will say in general, before I talk about MRI specifically, all of our partners, all of the business relationships that we have, it's our duty to make sure they continue to meet our expectations. Okay? Whether it's MRI, whether it's a carpet cleaner, whether it's a painter, we have to make sure they continue to meet our needs. We're growing, we're expanding, we're trying to modernize. So what we need from a partner is a group that can do the same thing. And I will say MRI has made a commitment to us to do that this year. They've helped us launch a lot of products. They've helped us integrate a lot. And I believe they have made a good faith effort to do that. We have a long-standing relationship with MRI. Delilah's been here a long time and knows nothing different. So there's something to be said for loyalty. One thing people do not know is that we host our own servers, which allows us to own our data, which gives our IT department the ability to make adjustments, to be better protected from cyber stuff and threats like that. And it gives us a lot more ability to customize. If we went to another group, another partner, we would have to give that right up. And every time you guys had an issue or an error, we would have to third party out text it. Recently, for example, on the unit status report that I've pulled every day for 10 years, a while back, all of a sudden you started seeing the occupied number and the pre-lease number, which is great, right? It's a real-time ratchet report. Not saying we're getting rid of the ratchet report, but everything you need is on that report, right? That took Josh Holmes 25 minutes to figure out. And we wouldn't have some of those capabilities if we didn't have the type of relationship we have with MRI. So I appreciate everybody's feedback on that. There's a lot of things not even heard today that are helpful. And Josh, Jennifer, that group with MRI, the capabilities there. So a lot of these things that y'all may have experienced with other organizations, we have the capability to do it. We just got to do it. So bear with us. We want to get better. We want to make y'all's jobs easier. And as long as all of our partners continue to meet our expectations, we'll keep working.
That was so good. Like, I'm like, how did he remember all the words? No, seriously, that was great. Okay, so our next question is gonna be back to Will. I love this one, so I'm gonna read the question the way I envisioned the question was asked, like, typed out, okay? You ready, Will, for this? I think I scared him the first time I did it. Southwood's growing like fire! It really says that, okay? I am so excited to see where this company is going. Where do you see Southwood Realty in 10 years? Are you planning on expanding as far as the West Coast?
You ever wondered how much caffeine Delilah drinks in a day? I don't ever really see us going to California or Portland or Tacoma, Washington or Seattle. It just doesn't fit our nature as our company. I think we'll still stay regional. There's a lot of huge apartment companies that still stay regional, and I think that it's, we're going to stay in states that follow our typical, I could see us stretch to Texas. I can see us stretch, get moving to Florida, maybe in part of the Midwest, but, we're going to stay in, in states that the politics are still good for our business. And, if it takes you over 2 years to evict someone, that's just a lot of stress that we don't need to get into. And so that's the way, what's close to Georgia, but, acts like Georgia, what's close to, Tennessee is not much different than North Carolina. And, us moving to East Tennessee, they're more conservative than Asheville. It's still, East Tennessee is very similar to, to some of our areas, and I see that, we've added more regions. Even when we dropped down to 3 states, we weren't in Aiken. Augusta's coming for that Augusta submarket. We'll actually have a complex in Augusta coming up. We were not in Wilmington, and I think Wilmington is a great place. We'll still continue growing in Raleigh, and it's more of bringing the regions closer together and having them act like regions. So we've had several properties where they're one-offs. And you can see it as a complex like Sable Palms. Sable Palms now has sister properties. But when Sable Palms did not have a sister property, you were losing somewhere between $20,000 and $50,000 a year because a month. I was hoping it was better than that, but it actually hurt my feelings even more, Russell. But it's one of those that are, you need your regionals. You need to see your regionals. You need to have help. If your maintenance super is out, it's nice to have someone close. And you're going to see that with our regions. That we'll still build. We got plenty of markets that we can compete in now that we don't have to stretch and go across the country just because.
So we're not going to California, okay? But I heard we were going to Florida, okay? So yay for that. Okay, back to Megan. All right, this one, I'm not gonna add all the stuff I added the first time that I read this question. Megan's gonna appreciate it. So it's apparent that Southwood Realty has a history of promoting from within. What qualities are you looking for in an individual when considering a promotion? So, depends on the position, right? Depends on what we're looking for. I always say we hire for attitude and aptitude, we'll train for skill.
Once you get here, you gotta earn it. So when you get here, what we need to do is see that you understand our culture, that you understand what Southwood really is, like the crux of the business. We're hardworking people. Dan's family, the Ratchford family, it was built from the ground up. So do you have what it takes to take it to the next level? Can you level it up? I mean, it's truly, truly important. You have to understand how to impact people in a positive way. It starts with your team at home. How do you impact those around you? Your regional team, right? We're thankful to have sister communities that are super close by. I know that I have seen throughout the years of being with Southwood, it's different here than it is anywhere else. I have prior life experience coming in, y'all. Here, we're all working for the same common goal. I'm not getting a paycheck with one name on it, and it depends on who your owner is as to where your loyalty lay. Here is for the Ratchford family. Are we there? Are we cultivating the culture of hard work, dedication to the cause? Do you understand what the expectations are? You know, Russell is so kind to send out a PPP report every week, right? That PPP report, yes, is your weekly. What are you striving for? Are you sitting at 96%? Where's your delinquency at? Are your make readies ready? That's just the start of it. Do you understand the value of the asset that y'all sit on? If you guys ever took a look at the property that you manage, if you knew the dollar amount associated with that business, you're running a business every day. Do you know how many millions of dollars they've entrusted you with? How do you treat it? Do you treat it like it's your own city? Of course, with oversight of your regional manager. Are you looking to grow it? You know, a lot of questions have popped up. This year's been rough. Everybody says, well, why are you raising our rents? Because you can do it. We're different. We're not looking at what your neighbor did. I don't care what happened last week. Will looks at it week over week. What is your Ratchford report looking like? How many deposits did you take this week? How many tours did you have? What we want you guys to do every day, every week, is to say, what can I do more? What can I do better? This week has been a great week. I know there have been a couple of properties that have struggled a little bit. Do you know how amazing it is when y'all toot your own horn? I've got one that said, guess what I did yesterday, or guess what my team did? We've been struggling. We've got 2 deposits, 2 more apps in the queue. You need to know where you're at all the time. Keep your finger on the pulse, eye on the prize, grow your people, cross-train. You know, we talked about this in one of the breakout sessions earlier today, and it was, what do you delegate? It's important. It's important for you guys to cross-train your people. Do not be afraid for them to know something. Knowledge is power. They're not here for your job. They're in your seat for a reason. The biggest thing you can do is promote your people out of your property or promote yourself up to another adventure. Show us what you can do. Put your name out there for all the best of reasons. And as you do that, you grow within our company. You grow everybody. Again, it's the greatest good for the greatest number, and that's what we're doing day over day. So that would be what I would say in a nutshell, would be what we look for when we look at promotions.
Very good, very good. And you want to add something? Oh, Russell wants to add something.
I like this question. So, if my math is right, 7 of our current regional managers were at one point a property manager. And I think I'm very proud of that. I think that shows a lot about our company, and when we can do it, that's what we want to do. And if you look at everyone that's been in that situation, the one thing they have in common is that people have grown up underneath them. They have leasing agents or assistant managers that have become property managers. They have a proven track record of impacting the people. That's the biggest thing. As you move up in management, it's more and more about people. You can't run an asset when you're a regional manager because you've got too many. You have to manage the people. So if you want a direct goal or advice on how to get to that next level. It's impact somebody around you, get somebody else promoted, get somebody else to a bigger property. That's what we truly look at. You have that capability.
This is where it gets in trouble. One other thing, and this is where Russell and Megan are killing it, but it's one of those things. I know, your family lives are important, and things change. And like we know with Teresa in Charleston, like her girls moved to Charleston. So if we can get Teresa to go, Teresa wanted a place in Charleston. If we ever found a place, we built a place for Teresa. It only took 6 years of planning, apparently. But it's one of those where I know the other Teresa. If I bought a complex in Myrtle Beach, she would move in a second. Both her daughters would. If there's one of those things, if you're getting engaged and your significant other is stationed in some place or you're moving, let us know if there is something, because there may be something we're planning, and we want Southwood managers on our takeovers. It works better when we have a Southwood manager on our takeover. But I don't know that so-and-so wants to go, that would really love to go to, open a second property in Macon, Georgia. I don't have much else in Macon, Georgia, so, but, it's one of those things, if we can know, we can help plan with you. And it's probably not going to be next week, but I mean, I know that, I know Ralph wanted to be closer to home. Well, we just had an opening. I'd say, let's move Ralph closer to home. It gives them an opportunity to grow. It gives them a better property. And we need to know that sort of stuff, because we can't help develop y'all and have positions that, we're not presenting in the company, because you may not know that we're going to Augusta next month. We didn't know we were going to Lynchburg a month and a half ago. If anybody wants to go to Virginia, let us know. But if you're free and available, that's something you can tell your regional to pass up the line, and it's something to think about. And it may come down 2 years down the road that I remember so and so wants to move there if there ever was an opportunity. And so we need to know those opportunities. And that's why they're going to hate it, because they're going to have to remember all this stuff from that.
So actually, I'm gonna go ahead and put my name in for Wilmington in 10 years. Okay, that's actually where I wanna go, Will, 10 years. I know we already have places there, I'm just saying, I'm gonna need an opening in 10 years. That's 10. Next question. All right, so this one is for Russell. So why are some things done differently within the different regions?
I'll start off by saying Southwood is unique in that not many companies have this challenge. It's very rare that you're going to have a company that's got 3, 4 regional managers in the same place. We have 2 regional managers in Nashville. We have 2 based out of Greensboro. We have 2 in Greenville. So this is a unique challenge. One of our strategic goals that we always talk about is having consistent operations, right? We preach that for a long time, and we do that because in order to grow, in order to find out what works, in order to help train, in order to test things, we have to have a certain level of consistency. We do that with our processes, and we do that with our expectations. So yes, we're trying as hard as we can to make sure things are consistent. Now, within the different regions, we have an incredible group of regional managers. And I love them to death. I will put them up against any group out there. And I have the privilege now to see a lot of different companies and be involved with things. And I know we have really good people. But they're all wired different. They're completely different. In good ways and bad ways, and strengths and weaknesses. And it comes down really to decision making. When you're making tough decisions on a day-by-day basis, you may need different things. You may want different pieces of information. You may like things a different way. I'm not going to mess with that. These regionals are good. I trust them. they're gonna ask some different things if you go to a different region, and I'm fine with that. I'm totally okay with that. At the end of the week, everybody's on the same PPP. Everybody has the same quarterly inspection, you know. Everybody's gotta have their workers' comp package. Because, you know, there's some things that are non-negotiable. But within that framework, we have to have some flexibility. We have to let our leaders be our leaders. And I hope you guys understand that. And if anything, it's good to have multiple regions. You can learn things from all of them. They all have different experiences, and they can all teach you something. So I look at it as a good thing. Some people may think it's a challenge, but I think we have a good hand on, a good finger on the pulse, and we know what those differences are, and we're comfortable.
I've had the pleasure, I don't even know how many regional managers I've worked with over the years. Russell, I think, was my regional manager for a day. Yes, she was, like for a day. They like made a decision that fast. He walked in and he walked right back out. He said, nope. And now he's stuck with me every day. Isn't that some? Full circle. All right, so that wraps up our Q&A session for today. So we're going to go into our last part of, and I know y'all are like, oh, please hurry up because it is 4:30. But we're going to go into our last piece and go over the deposit contest. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Russell and Megan. Oh, is Russell doing it? My team better have a winner. They were standing back here looking all cute. Come on up here, team. Okay, you said the top one is the winner chicken dinner? Yeah, I'm gonna say that for last. Okay. I don't remember, what did you say the other two tables get? Russell, the t-shirts, right? So if Ashley, Sam, Diane, if y'all could help when I announce, make sure they get their t-shirts, because if not, I'm gonna steal one. So the first winning table is table 17. And I don't know if they was cheating or not, but the other winning table was 16. Yay! Good job. Y'all was just, it was teamwork, wasn't it? Over there, the 16 and the 17. So y'all should have copied them. All right, and then the grand prize winner is, and what is this for, Russell? This is for increased commissions in April. I was talking to some people earlier about I was really missing on-site life, and I was going to come and hang out. And I think I'm going to go to this property for April. Okay, I'm going to help y'all lease some apartments. And this is going to be table number. Hold on, let me find them in a room so I can look at them. It's going to be table number 12. Woo! Awesome job. Oh, I cannot wait to get on my phone tonight and scroll and see all the posts. It's just going to be blowed up all over social media. I haven't even looked at all. You did a little bit? Okay, cool. Great job, guys. Thank you so much for your participation with the bingo today. I think we had some other winners we were supposed to be announcing. Okay, the 401k people, I like those people. I hope y'all got to talk to those people. I'm gonna need y'all to get some 401k. Okay, what do they want? You got something? Okay, cool. All right, so do y'all have y'all's 401k tickets? Yeah, they're yellow. Them other ones was yellow too. These got some balloons on them, some confetti. All right, I'm gonna call the numbers while y'all looking. It's 478020. Give me a little holler if you got that number. What, 478031? Oh, good job, good job. Come on up and get your prize. And then we have 478034. Yay! All right, I'm gonna go back to the first one just to make sure. 478020. I don't have another number to read off. I'm gonna need y'all to find a ticket. Oh, good job, man! Woo! Oh, and Renpack trying to give us some stuff too. That is so sweet. All right. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. Oh, this one for, where's she at? Robin. You're the winner, Robin. I did want to actually thank our guest panelists up here, okay? They did a fantastic job. I hope you guys feel enlightened. I know I did the first and the second time that I heard the answers. So I'm going to leave you with that, and I'm going to let them say their closing remarks. Thank you guys for letting me be your MC today.
We just want to say thank you. We got out of here ahead of schedule today, so hope everybody has a safe trip back. Take as much as you can back to your teams, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
Thank you guys again for coming out and hanging out with us, for spending the day with us. Thank you to our big partners who have so graciously made this day happen. To the Destiny Conference Center and the team coming through, and to the Rapture family. As always, we appreciate your support. And that let's make 2022 the best year yet. Please still level up and all the things, and we'll see your Rapture reports on Friday. Y'all be safe going home. In all honesty, we appreciate y'all. Be good. Take some of this stuff back to your teams and let's see what we can do.
Well, it was a pleasure. Yes, you too. Monday, I'm going for 10 days. Yeah, of course.